they shatter rather than completely be erased from existence.
Yeah, no, that's nice. Allow me to
Um,
pick up those pieces.
so you're gonna have to do a little balancing act because the one who wears the mask, you are able to manipulate and control fluidium.
Oh, one who wears the mask was a yeah, I guess so, but it was more like information, don't you
Mhm.
think? And my manipulation came from my white mask. I think it was
Yep.
derived from that because the Geist that I picked up within it,
Mhm.
the face dealer Geist was allowing me to manipulate the stuff.
Yeah, but that's where you also get the one who wears the mask. You're
Yeah,
wearing a fluidium-based mask,
yeah.
so that's where you're gonna have to be really careful because you could also break that mask.
Yeah. So, what I was thinking, Matt, was
Mhm.
creating a either a sculpture out of uh, the material that I collected, and having it in my inner domain. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to put my white Geist Catcher mask on this like this mannequin type thing in my domain, in my sanctuary kind of deal.
Sure.
And I don't know how that would go about, but I was thinking like it would just allow me to have that there and get the powers from it instead of having to wear a mask. Like if someone tries to it would be like almost like a horcrux in a sense. It would be putting the mask it's somewhere else that's still in my person kind of deal because it's, attached to me. This is my inner domain is mine instead of having it on my face. So if a face healer tries to take my face, they'd have to go into my sanctuary first to get it, kind of deal.
Dangerous.
That's what I was thinking though. That's just my concept I had in mind of like, all right, I could put those two things together, ice control, fluidium control, kind of make an ice sculpture in a sense out of this material that I now have. It seems like a great building block for stuff, and just go with it. But I don't know if that would work. I definitely have to try some stuff out. Maybe
You're gonna want to wear a mask at all times, regardless.
yeah.
But what you
Okay.
could do is build mannequins in your garden so that you can wear multiple masks,
Yeah.
or they're in there and the mannequins represent clones, and you can tie each mannequin to a clone, and they are significantly more powerful because they have an anchor,
Well, yeah. So
and then they always appear with that mask, whatever it is.
yeah, that would be a good idea because instead of currently with my Conflux one who wears the mask, I have to put a mask on my clone that has the halo. But if that was done, I could just make it automatically, and whoever has the halo, I could kind of choose, or you like you said, make a selection out of my influence bonus, and just kind of choose that. What when I make that clone, that's what that would be. That'd be pretty neat. Yeah, yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Shit, that was fast. Oh, he immediately bypassed that. Okay. Fuck. That there's like no dodging that sometimes. That whip ability.
His whip, yeah. I managed to do it once in our game we played together, but that was it.
I've dodged it a couple times. It's just he can whip through objects too,
Yeah.
which is really disorienting. I'm about to get stage 2 if you don't grab me right this fucking second. Whew, okay. That was close.
Well, one more chance, man.
I almost hit stage 2. That guy
Yeah,
pulled me off. I don't think you could
yeah, time
do
did
it
any
with
better.
it.
Yeah.
I don't think you could have done that any better at all. Like, that was the spice of life right there. Alright, let's, get a cure, inject the vaccine. Alright. You know, I wish I ran a lot more selfish build.
Get rid of borrowed time.
Yeah, get rid of borrowed time, run anything I can to, um, um, to increase my survivability, like urban evasion. I love that skill.
Yeah,
Good.
me too.
Why did you lead him back here? Now he's on me. Thanks, Dick. Grab the guy. Fuck it. I'll run him. I always end up running anyways. Fucking curse. Whew. Okay, let's not do that. Okay, it's just the tip of the whip. Fuck. But that is not me. Oh, he still punched me. Yeah. So if you missed it, it's like it's they built it off of Deathslinger.
Okay.
So if the tip of it doesn't hit you, the very front of the building, the ability, the rest of the whip doesn't.
Okay. Cool. Cool. So
So
like you can move into it, kind of deal, or is that what you're saying?
yeah. As long as you avoid the tip, you could literally be hit by the rest of it, and it does
Okay.
nothing.
Nice.
And I found that out by that guy missing 4 times in a row. Okay, he's really fucking close. Okay, he's over there. So it's not as good as Pyramid's Head's ability because that thing is dumb.
Yeah,
You get hit
that
anywhere in
wrecks.
that thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
goes through objects. Blah blah blah.
Well, his goes through objects too,
Oh, it does.
but
Okay.
yeah, his he can. It starts really small.
Yes, and then
And
you mutate and get more powerful. Yeah, yeah.
yep. But yeah, he missed like 4 times on me, and I was sitting there laughing to myself. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oof, there's a zombie. I don't like zombies. Yeah, you can get rid of zombies by pallet slamming them, and you can also get rid of them by
Flashlight blinding, right?
well, that'll
Oh, okay. Just
stun
get
them.
rid of
That
them. I got you. I
yeah,
got you. I got you.
stuns them. Oh, Jesus, fuck you, zombie. Friend, we gotta go. Okay, have fun. Zombies everywhere, man. Fucked. Okay, he immediately backed on me. Oh, he did hit me with that. Okay. Stop coughing. You found me because I was coughing.
Yes. Iron Will doesn't work against that.
Zombies literally everywhere. Two people still alive? I thought it was just one person. Oh. Problem is there's a zombie literally right on top of me. You can't get me because there's a zombie literally on top of me. That's so fucking broken. What are you building, Johnny? What are you building?
What do you mean, Matt? What do you mean?
You said you
Actually,
wanted to do some constructing.
yeah. I was just currently putting in some of my notes, just directions how to get to the city. Okay. So, so right now I know that my inner domain has this long ass hallway, and they got some columns on the left and right hand side, and I know between one entrance and the other, there's some people all frozen solid like ice sculptures, and I know there's also some iron golems that have been distinguished, extinguished. Yeah, that's a good word to say it.
They're
Just lying around.
think of
Uh,
it as it is a long corridor, but because you've increased it instead of it being a single just narrow corridor,
yeah,
the wall's been replaced with columns and the width has gotten wider.
yeah, okay,
So you actually have a breadth of about 20 meters on each side of the main hallway after the columns.
yeah, yeah.
And
And I know
it
there's some.
extends. Well, you haven't gone all the way down it yet.
I thought I did to go to hell. I thought I went to hell once already.
It is, there's two different ways you can go, Johnny.
Oh, I can just step forward and be to the at the exit, or I could just walk.
Well, you don't start at the end of a hallway, you start in the middle. There's
Okay,
two directions you can go.
I
You
see.
can leave. You don't need a physical manifestation of a door to leave. This is your domain. You can leave
Yeah.
one. There's a left. There's a if you enter at a perpendicular intersection, you look left. There's a way. There's look right. There's a way. You've gone right.
Okay.
That went to hell.
Right.
You're not
Don't know
sure
where.
where left goes.
Okay. Okay. So my guess where the left goes is uh the first floor hunting ground. That would be my guess because that's where I found this entrance in the first place. But maybe that was me entering the intersection. No, 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 because it's kind of me now. Anyway, all right. Let's uh, let's put a pin in that because I wanna see where everything leads to because I gotta. It's my home now. I gotta make
Mhm.
sure no one's coming in. But let us make a fountain first. And
Using that water that doesn't freeze,
yeah,
'cause that's the only stuff that would qualify to still remain as a liquid so far.
yeah. So what I'm planning to do is right where I am, where I came through, make a fountain, and it's I'm gonna use the material of the fluidium to create this fountain.
Which material?
The material that was once the obelisk for the domain of war.
Okay, yeah, yeah, the black material. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm going to use that black material,
Mhm.
and I'm going to use my order control to kind of form this into a flowing fountain using the water, the ice cold, ice cold water. And directly towards the entrance, I'm gonna kind of make a human figure that's kind of attached to this water fountain. And it's gonna be like the Michelangelo kind of like kind of crouched over, one arm on its chin. I mean, hand on its chin, kind of crouched over itself. And I want to use this sculpture
Using the
as
thinker.
yeah, the thinker exactly. I
Okay.
want to use this as my first sculpture for myself, and the sculpture is going to hold a mask. So designing it to hold one mask and on its visage. Sound good?
So far, yeah.
So far, so good. Okay. So what I have to do now is I have to figure out how I'm going to. I mean, it's already pretty much connected to me because it's my garden garden, but maybe that's just well, I guess maybe. My question is this thing I'm making connected to me because it's in my inner garden, or is it some foreign object that is not within my control? It's not connected. I'm just wondering if I need to put the string of myself to it, or am I already connected to this thing because it's in my inner garden?
Well, that's gonna be tough because this is still made of fluidium,
Yes.
the material. So, you can store things in here, but you have to choose to link them.
Yeah.
If you choose to
So
link them, they are linked,
yeah.
but they are susceptible because of that link. So
Okay.
it's a give and take. So if it's a just an object you stored, it's just in storage. It's just here.
Yeah.
If you want to link something to you that requires a little bit of prep and effort, then it links it to you.
So my
Um,
guess how I'm going to link it is using raw.
you Raw's
Not
gonna be
raw,
tough.
sorry. S. I meant to say
That
S.
that would do it. Yeah, 'cause I
Yeah.
was like, Raw,
No, no,
that's
no,
gonna
no.
so well in
I'm
Raw.
not a raw being. That was my mistake. But yeah, so because I can use est into the environment, I could use it to kind of be the would it be the building block or the kind of like the space in between this object and myself kind of deal that I'm using to connect myself to it. Anyway, that was first thought on doing that. I doubt Lucy has any information in the notebook, but I will look through it and see if there's anything similar that I could work off of. I know fluidium wouldn't be in here, but maybe a similar concept I could work off of. So I'll kind of
No,
look
you've
through
read through
that.
that book. You've read through the book pretty well.
Yeah.
You need
And I
to
know
know.
it talks about domains and stuff, but there's no information on probably this sort of thing I'm trying to do. This is new territory.
Okay. Um. So you lit off a pretty icy demeanor at all times, right?
Uh, yeah, but like like my first trade I got I do run hot and cold,
Mm-hmm.
mostly cold.
Yeah. Anything else you want to do in your little main thing?
Yeah, so I've created this fountain, sure. And I've created the sculpture. And I've connected myself to it, right?
Yeah. The
Now
length of the connection is due to how much S you want to invest into it.
okay. So let's pretty sure I have this written down of how much I have in the environment currently. So it would be in the 5 catch, be probably in raw and abilities. Or even bloodline, I think. Okay, I currently have 106 S into the environment in my subdomain.
Okay.
So
Depends on how much you
let's
want.
yeah, so let's attach 50 of it in
Okay.
creating this
Well,
uh
if you put 50 into it, it cannot attach to your ice clones. What it is you now have a golem that can protect the domain from the inside. You can summon it outside, and it's made of that black material that you made it out of.
interesting.
Health
Okay.
points is 50, but its
So
armor and defenses are the same as.
an ordered ice clone. Got you.
No, no, no. Oh, it's the same defense as the obelisk because it's made of the
Ah,
same material,
right, right, right.
and it's
Okay.
wearing a mask, which since you put it on
So
beforehand, that's its mask. That's what so it
so can I put more into it now, or am I locked at 50?
no, that's just
What it does currently with
if it's
50. Okay.
50 or higher, you cannot it cannot be an ice clone attachment. It just
Right.
becomes its own
Some
physical.
some other thing. I got you.
Yeah,
I
it becomes
got you.
something else. But yeah, you could put more into it.
Okay. Okay. So that's a good start though. So I'm just gonna do some subtractions. I have 56 into my environment for the subdomain. And let's talk about so instead of doorway to hell, I'm gonna call this tangent to hell. That's because you've kind of tangent doorway, tangent hallway. Tangent, tangent hallway to hell. Because I'm coming at a T kind of in this intersection. There's a in the middle, there's a left and there's a right.
It's
So
not a cross section yet. It's just a left or right,
yeah,
forward or back.
exactly. Okay, so let us write down right leads to hell, left is unknown. Um, let's write down our black fountain with one sculpture. $50. Um, can we make a note of how much I have left of this black substance? Have I used
That much.
25% of it, or
No,
how much?
between the fountain and the statue, that's all of it.
Okay, so
That's
perfect.
one obelisk's worth.
Worth of stuff. Okay.
Mhm. You destroyed another obelisk in the other way, but you didn't collect the pieces out of respect for the owner.
Yes.
And they approved of that action because it was a necessity
And
for
expensive.
your objective, and it
Yeah.
was very expensive. But at the same time, um, you know, you also got a war chest worth of stuff because
Yeah, there was the give
you
and
acted
take.
honor. Yeah, it was
For
also I
sure.
increased the quality of the war chest because of your honorable actions
Good
in war,
stuff.
or you fit a certain creed of
Yeah.
war. The contents of the war chest can also be, changed based off of what type. Are you a guerrilla war? Do you not care about, you know, what's
Oh,
your
interesting.
creed? What's your
Yeah,
creed?
yeah, yeah.
So, if you're an honorable warrior, soldier, it can drastically change what's inside. Could be more helpful.
Well, it definitely was
There's a
helpful. Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, death, death and war. War is going to be a tough one, but because they're so powerful, they have to play by rules. And if you end up getting too strong, you might have to have some rules,
Yeah. It's either this is
self-made rules,
yeah, yeah.
so that your powers don't get out of control and you literally don't crush an entire floor just by standing on it, which can happen. I'm here on the third floor. It is now frozen. All of it, everyone, even the air.
Yeah, fuck the third floor.
Fuck the third floor. All the plants are frozen now too. I fixed the problem, guys. No more sewage, no more plant problem, no more water problem. It's all frozen. Well, what about the people? They're frozen too, so they no longer have needs.
Yeah, right. They don't need water or air or food anymore because they're frozen. So there's plenty for everybody now.
Okay. I'm just gonna go grab Allie if you wanna go over anything with El Hazard. But yeah. Like
Oh, cool. I wanted to talk to her. I wanted to try and see if I could build her a little something or other in order to see if I could trade for that iron cross thing because I really like collecting the little pins. They're like gym badges, and for some reason, my character has decided he wants them.
You'll have to talk to whoever has it.
Yep. Well, Allie has it. Chamonix has it. I took a note.
All right. Well, continuing on, you've built your thing. You still at the arena?
Well, we scattered around. I agreed to build stuff to go, crafting things until the arena guy came and found me. Cause just to see. Because I'm sort of not necessarily widely advertising, but quietly advertising.
Yeah, no problem.
Just to keep busy and actually try and hone my craft. Should I go ahead and roll my strength stuff?
Sure.
Okay. I don't know what it is. I have to close down my entire fucking browser in order to be able to log into the game.
Kroko, where are you?
What's that?
Well, what's Kroko doing?
Getting Shamane.
Oh.
Al Hazard doing Al Hazard stuff. And out of curiosity, did you have the opportunity to go over my floor info that I've been keeping up on? Because I didn't want to just like randomly add
I've started the summoning ritual.
stuff. Ah, so she must get the ice cream first.
Mm.
Oh boy, it's gonna be one of those days, guys.
Oh, how so? Oh, just starting off.
Starting off.
Strong.
Starting off strong.
Beautiful.
Wow, worse.
That's strength for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's gonna be that kind of day.
was looking back and I was like, "Oh, Hazard, you got a 1," and then looked at my thing and it's like, "Oh no, that was just
No,
me."
that was you. That was just you. I don't roll ones. I roll hundreds and figure out how to work around them. That's it. So
Got some good old familiar faces.
has anyone heard about a Kickstarter for a game called Thirsty Sword Lesbians?
No, but
Oh, I've heard of it. It's such a stupid thing.
Wacky, right?
so
It's
like
like-
tabletop. What would it be?
Yeah, I think so. It's made by Evil Hat, the guys who did Fate Core and Dresden Files and Blades in the Dark.
Cool.
But basically it's a toolbox setup. So it's apparently flirting, sword fighting, and zingers, designed for sort of like giving your character, like if your character can flirt or make pithy one-liners, it apparently gives you bonuses
Okay.
in combat. um, but it's apparently based on the Powered by the Apocalypse system, which is kind of neat. But it's not so much a campaign setting as it is a system. Do. Strategies to adapt any setting where swords cross and hearts race for thirsty sword lesbians. But apparently it's it's an RPG. Apparently a session is supposed to run 2 to 4 hours. Those are rookie numbers. We can make that better. So apparently it's really good for it's really accessible for learners. But I'm gonna look at it at some point. See if I can find it on the Trove. So are we waiting on anything? I thought Allie popped on.
Allie is popped on. Yep.
Okay.
Just getting
Where's
everything
Allie?
situated.
Give me a second, you young sprites. I'm still getting myself together.
Never.
Well, we'll have a hazard while we wait.
Yeah, Allie just woke up, so she's just getting her mind back into.
Well, Hazard, you're kind of sitting there doing what you do.
Yep.
You are completely exhausted. Like your whole body hurts.
Same.
Your brain. It feels like you have. If your brain were made of muscles, push them to the brink. Same with your spirit. You're just like you had enough. You had enough to hold yourself together to get your people a couple things they need, fill out a
Mhm.
report, and then you're just kind of sitting in that warehouse full of the stuff. Just like
Yeah.
I heard.
I have a shipping crate full of building materials, guys. I could make
Uh,
us stuff tomorrow.
You sent them one shipping crate. You have many more.
Oh, I thought I sent them all of them and kept one.
Okay, if that's what you want to do. It's a lot
Because
of
I thought it
material.
was, yeah, well, we talked about it. Because you said it was enough for them to build like an entire cruiser with.
Yeah.
And I was just going to keep the one so that I could build stuff with it for us.
And
Alright,
now they
fair.
can build 90% of a cruiser.
If they can't figure out the other 10% without me, then they
Don't
clearly
deserve a
have been
cruiser.
backing the wrong horse. Yeah.
It
If
would
they can't
make
figure out 10%
a
of a
much
cruiser's materials.
funnier plotline, though, if they could.
I mean, it, I don't want Has anybody here seen Hot Shots?
What's it about?
It's a Charlie Sheen parody movie, parodying like Rambo and like Jean-Claude Van Damme and Top Gun.
Hmm. Rings a bell, but I don't think I have.
It's like 30 years old.
Yeah.
It's a great movie. Well, they had two of them. They had Hot Shots and Hot Shots Part 2. There's an exclamation point after the second word, so you know you got to really put some weird stress on it. But there's a bit in it where the main character has to go rescue his ex-girlfriend's husband because her husband was missing, presumed dead when they met. And so they had a whole relationship. She found out he was alive and ran off again. And he has to rescue this guy. And this dude is literally being held captive because they tied his shoelaces together. Like this terrorist group tied his shoelaces together so he couldn't escape them. And that stopped him. But there's a scene in it where the main character looks at the guy and is like, "What a weenie." And the girlfriend is like, "You have no idea."
Okay.
I would have that opinion for my entire species if they couldn't sort this shit out, but it would be,
Wow,
objectively hilarious.
You went on that rant for a reason. It came back around.
All of them do. It is
I
referred
thought we were
to.
just like on a journey out in space talking about this movie for no reason.
We are, but yeah, no. All journeys have a destination, whether it's where you intend to end up or not.
I wasn't sure. I was pretty lost.
That's fair. My dad calls them chainmail arguments because there's just a bunch of little things that don't seemingly connect together until there's one thing all in perspective.
Oh,
And
I
then the
didn't
whole
know it was an
conversation makes
argument.
sense.
I thought it was just a story. I was on this wild
Well,
adventure with you.
yes. All conversations are arguments, and I've got to win them. Oh!
Please don't.
Okay.
Thanks.
But only because you asked, and only on Wednesdays. Every other day, look out.
Okay, that's fair. I only hang out with you on Wednesdays, so
I know,
that's all I'm
right?
worried about.
There you go.
Okay. You sent 90% of your crates. Nice.
Yep.
So did you have like 10 crates total, or did you have like?
I have a shipping container worth of raw materials, and it's everything from like metals to cloth to leathers. Just like a random assortment of stuff that was in all the other containers has been put in there so that I have something to work with.
Cool.
It ought to keep us from having to, hunt down materials for basic shit for a little while.
I don't think I've ever had to hunt down materials for basic shit.
Well, not all of us have an awesome magic bag that can just pull out anything they need.
Well, maybe you should work on that.
I should, if I didn't have so much other stuff to devote my merit to. Also, you're sort of our bag man.
Gross.
What do
Think you're
you
more than
think
that,
I mean when I
Chamonix.
say that?
I don't know. I just wanted to see your reaction if I said gross.
Oh, okay.
What do you mean by that, though, Alex?
So a bagman is traditionally the guy who's carrying the goods in any illicit transaction, like a drug mule.
Yeah, you're the one with the briefcase that's handcuffed to your wrist. I got you.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
Plus, it also
Alex.
works because all of your briefcase, quote unquote, briefcases are, well, golly, magical bags.
are we gonna talk about briefcases all night, boys? Or are we going to play
Yes!
some D&D?
I mean, this is some D&D. You haven't played enough Shadowrun if you don't understand the importance of briefcase discussion.
No, I haven't. It's true.
I mean, you should. It's a
I'm
lot of
not
fun.
really worried about your briefcases.
No,
Got
that's fine.
magic bags.
Exactly. Which are objectively better than standardized briefcases. But at some point, if you guys can get a DM to run it for you, you should play Shadowrun. It's a blast.
I'm a GM for Shadowrun.
Oh, are you?
Mhm.
Alex, what are you doing
I
with
run
these?
one every Saturday night.
Oh, really? Do you?
Anyways,
I might have to cut my other game early if you're running Shadowrun.
you'll have to make it up with Liam though. He's in it.
Oof. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. I'll put a pin in it. For good Shadowrun, I might.
All right, guys, back to our game.
Yes.
Yeah, you are very tired. You have, with your master's help, uh, been paid very handsomely for creating an artifact for a very, very, very wealthy merchant.
Mhm.
The merchant, satisfied with the uh, product, still needs a few days to get you your um, requested um,
My power
payments.
source. Cool. I'll sort of like wave him off from where I'm leaning against an anvil, and I'm like, "It's a pleasure to do business with you."
Mm.
And I hope that your son has the best of fortunes in his endeavors.
Well, he's proven himself to be not dumb.
It could be bias, but I feel like that is one of the most important qualities in any endeavor.
Yes, because you can assign the best help, equipment, supplies, everything. And if they're dumb, no matter what you do.
You dig the grave early and pray that you don't need it.
Pretty much. And he leaves with his purchase.
Do you mind if I have some context for the viewers at home of what happens when I close the screen?
Oh yeah. So basically, Alhazred spent the last few days while we're sort of all scattered around town. Like he rented out a forge spot and
Oh.
was offering his services to people as a apprentice masterclass blacksmith.
Yeah, cool.
And this particularly wealthy merchant came in and was like, "If you're really masterclass, I require this." He wanted to make a suit of impenetrable armor that would protect his son on the higher floors, like 8, 9, 10.
Right.
So I was like, I can make it impenetrable. And he was like, by impenetrable, I mean, like basically it would not only be impervious to harm, but it would also protect the person inside it, which is more difficult. And he was like, it should do this and this and this and this. And I was like, okay, let me stop you right there. I can't do all of that, My master can, but you will have to pay my master's rates. And he was, he's rich, so he figured he could accomplish that. So I went and I called Briley to come take a look at this commission and was like, okay. And we built a high class artifact. I think it was low tier or middle tier.
It was a middle tier,
Yeah.
high ranked middle
Um,
tier artifact.
yeah.
It's a defensive artifact with learning capabilities.
It's like armor that you could, wear like a mask under and get benefits from the mask, and so would the armor and all kinds of stuff. Potentially some mask retention traits like Folly had built into the armor. But it
Cool.
was real rough because my character, like I said, couldn't build that on his own, but he rolled really high and managed to do a roughly half of it with the intent shaping technique that Briley has taught him, and then she did the other half.
Cool.
So unfortunately, I don't get to add it to my list of crafts because she was involved in it. But I got to say that I helped make a high tier artifact.
Yeah, no, that's an accomplishment in itself.
Yeah. So
Fortunately,
basically,
for
go ahead.
his title, there's a quality difference between each of the type of classes between blacksmiths and even their apprentices.
Hmm.
So, unfortunately for him, participating in a creation of a high tier artifact, that doesn't count for shit.
Yeah, got to
Because,
be my hand that makes it start to finish.
right.
But you're getting experience though, which
If
is
there were
like
any other
Mhm.
class of blacksmith, that would be a huge accomplishment.
for sure.
Even if you built one rivet of the armor or whatever, that would be a huge accomplishment.
Mhm.
But as a master class, it's like
It's expected.
it's expected. You were the bag boy.
Yep. So anyway, he's basically just like super worn out because of the requirements of intent shaping. Um, so like he got a lot. He got a lot for it. The half the price was paid to Alhazred, and half the price of this thing was 30 purple fluidium. Um, Now, despite the just the raw usefulness that 30 purple fluidium would do for the party, he actually got it in materials and stuff that he could send home. He got a whole like hydroponics garden, and he requested an energy source that was paracausal in nature, specifically one that was renewable. So we would have access to sort of a standardized paracausal energy as part of this payment. But like the guy said, it's going to take him several days to like get that. In the
So
meantime, like we got he ordered like a shipment, like a freighter's worth of goods, and took a little bit out of each of the different kinds of materials to keep for himself, so that Alhazred can do things like make lower quality artifacts for the party to use.
yes.
Just not today.
All right. What's Jamine up to? If he's ready to play.
Hmm. So we're starting off the battle with Kroko just ended?
Yep.
Question mark.
That ended. You guys have dispersed from the arena unless you want to stick around and converse with individuals or fight more
I
if
was
you want.
gonna go talk to the lady again.
Okay, which one?
The one in the corner.
Okay. One in the wheelchair?
Yee. I wanted to know more about her life. Hey,
Hello.
how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
I'm glad to hear it. So you gotta stick around for a while longer, or
I usually do. Help the sinners here.
the sinners? Is
Mhm.
that the people fighting in the arena?
No. Um, it's a creed of a certain type of people. The seven great sins and the virtues
So
that go
it's
along with them.
like a religion?
Maybe. You don't particularly have to believe in anything to be a sinner. You just have to follow their creed, become one of their ranks. This arena particularly feeds the wraths very their needs. Fortunately, sometimes they get out of hand, and not many people can stop a powerful wrath without
Oh,
help.
really?
hmm
Do you do medical shindigs for these guys?
I provide healing, whether physical or otherwise, guidance most of the time,
I see, I see. Of the spiritual type, or
if needed. Yes. Um, Mostly, I offer assistance in the path to salvation, guidance. I can't do it for you because that has to be done on your own. You must have the will for it. But I can point you in the right direction.
so I'm trying to hang out with this girl. Um, well, should I come back later? Can I see you again?
I'll be here. It's not like I go very far. A lot of the sinners you'll find around the city, they're mostly something else, but they found sin as an alternative source of power they can draw from. I
Interesting.
don't recommend it.
I'm not much of a sinner myself, but I can be a little naughty sometimes.
Well, there's a difference between seeking, pursuing, and indulging, and making a misstep here and there. Everyone makes mistakes.
So are you one of these sinners?
No, 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 I'm not.
I don't know what else to talk to her about.
I guess you could ask what she is. Do you affiliate with? Ask her out to the bar. I don't know.
So I'd really like to learn more about your healing practices sometime if I could. Could I trade
Sure.
you anything for some time?
You don't need to trade me anything at all. Be more than willing to teach if that's what you'd wish.
I I do wish it very much.
Mm. Not many seek the healing practices. It's too hard. Uh, Doing things for others difficult. People here, especially when you are not going to get anything out of it other than well your time and effort and the lack of the use of supplies.
Growing up in a temple, I've been doing things for others most of my life. I guess that's just the way I roll.
And start with this book.
Oh, thank you.
There's no rush.
Mm,
I'll be not going anywhere. Arena is kind of my home for now.
well, well, thank you. I
Mhm.
really appreciate this.
course.
What's the book say, Matt?
Um, it just says journal on the front.
Journal. Hmm. I guess I'll go back to Lady Lash and Miep Miep.
Meow meow.
Well, I met this nice lady. She gave me a book. Or she lent me a book, rather.
Oh, the saint.
Is she a saint?
Yes, she's the
Oh.
saint of sinners.
Oh.
She, she's in a lot of places, mostly in where sinners congregate in great numbers.
She's in a lot of places, as in she's in more than one place at a time?
We think so. I don't know how saint powers work.
Interesting. Well, maybe
Mhm.
I've more to learn from her than I thought.
Yeah, she's in the business of saving and redeeming souls. Different from it being a
Kirko
demon.
Kirko jumps up and it's like, that isn't that what we do? Maybe actually
Um,
no,
we've
I
kind of
apologize.
strayed away from that path. Only the traditionalists do that anymore. Most of the time, we're in a uh, we don't save them because it's our responsibility. We save them because it's a business transaction.
Yeah,
That's what we've turned into. In fact, you can blame the sinners for that type of corruption. It's a dichotomy. We're technically uh, this is our job to save the souls. She's specifically trying to save the sinners,
right.
making
Yeah.
s-
Souls that are still here, I guess.
you can save them too.
Yeah,
But the problem is you'll never you'll have a really hard time finding a sinner's soul in hell because their master claims them.
I see.
That's the problem with being a sinner. You go to the first sin when you die.
Yes. And then if it doesn't reach our
And
laps, then how are we supposed to help? I got you.
precisely. So you'll never see their souls in hell because their souls have been promised to another for their power. It's like making a deal with the devil, but it's not Lucy.
Yeah,
They're integrally linked. Lucy's the first sinner. Madaris is the first sin. The sinners are his people, Madaris, and the devils and the demons are Lucy's people.
see.
But yes, Madaris was made from the blood of the first sin, first murder.
These weren't included in my inherited memories, so I did not know. Thank you for telling me.
Yes, and he was given form when he persuaded Cain to kill Abel,
I see.
and then he gained power after that.
I've heard that name before.
The
He is
shaman.
a entity which is someone you can talk to. It's Madaris. He's a scholar and a businessman. Nothing's free, and he's actually the one most often mistaken as the devil because he makes the devil's deals. Lucy doesn't do that actually. She gives you a task, and you get something without all the strings attached if you complete said task. I misinformation. Yes, he's the one that appears to you with a suit on in front of you and sits down at the table. Deal with the devil indeed.
The shaman. Um, is this something you're interested in? Learning more about saving sinners or being more spiritual, I guess?
The saint powers sound kind of rad.
Hmm.
I could use being in more than one place at once. Sounds
That's her
nifty.
saint power, Jamine. We've
Oh,
theorized because she can't use her legs anymore. she's the sacrifice of her mobility has granted her a different. It manifests in a different form, that mobility. It's kind of like the way the body compensates for losing a sense, like the eyes.
Hmm. I don't know if I'd want to make a sacrifice like that. I quite like my legs.
So does Mip Yip as he kind of starts nibbling on your leg. Yep.
Oh, yes, you do, Mip Yip. Yes, you do. And I'm gonna give him head scratches.
He leans into it because he loves the head scritch scritch,
Good.
and he thumps his tail on the ground anytime he gets the scritch scritch. It's his favorite thing.
Has Al Hajjad left right after the match, or are you still sitting with us?
I mean, he probably hung around for a couple of minutes, but then he
Yeah,
was
he can be. He's hanging out there for a couple hours before you guys all disperse because you guys leave
Yeah.
together and kind of go meet up at this place in a couple days.
Okay. So just living arrangements and being in communication, I think should be fine. I think these bracelets are pretty global for the city we're in.
Kira's
So
gonna go find an apartment to rent.
yeah,
Place to rent.
Okay. So you're talking about the ID things, right? That we got?
yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah. So apparently we can even use them to communicate with people if we have their ID number.
I figured as much. So
Yeah.
let's share them all out before we go any separate way if we were going to do that. And
Makes sense.
yeah, so that's good there.
Sure.
It is one of the free services. The data in which you can use to communicate, it's call only or text only, but you have unlimited data when using your IDs as a communicator to communicate with other IDs.
Sure.
They compensate for that free cost because everything else about the city is expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Shira will tell you communication. She's found a place that's decent, but the price is so ludicrous that um, uh, even rent, let alone the buy price, we could be working all our lives and never afford
Okay. So more than white masks, right?
it. She found a decent place, and it's not even in the up or the middle tier area. What it is, it's clean and it has working utilities. Is what it's got.
That's fine with me.
The place isn't very large though. It'll barely fit everyone. People will be sleeping on the floor. Um, there's two bathroom or two bedrooms, one bathroom. Kitchen is a kitchenette. The cost to buy it's 4 purple fluidium.
Wow.
To rent it, you're looking at um 50 crimson a month.
That's a lot.
Right, but this place comes with working utilities. You still have to pay for the utilities. Land
Hmm.
here is expensive.
Okay.
Extremely expensive.
You guys just want me to see if I can find a different place?
Yeah.
Like I
Uh,
know it's a little fucky with the time stream, but we could just stay at the warehouse I rent later on to store my materials in.
but we'll have to find somewheres in the meantime. In the very beginning, while you're working, you don't have a place yet for your warehouse, right?
Right at this point in the timeline, I do not,
Yeah.
because he's like he has to go and sort that stuff out day one. But yeah, no, I was just like, "Oh, that makes sense. It might be better to pursue a hotel or place such as that. Um, they might very well have night coffins and such here.
Now, what's a night coffin? That seems to
Oh,
be lost in translation for cultures.
when space is at a premium, people could purchase a resting place that is essentially a 7 by 3 by 4
Gotcha. Tough.
space, and it is literally, yes, a hole cut into a wall that allows you to has a couple of shelves in it to store things and a sleeping platform. We had them back home when people could not afford or were removed from their houses. It was the meanest form of habitation, but ultimately the cheapest. It was actually offered on subsistence.
Urko will be like, in the meantime, though, we need a month until Shira's fight. Not Shira, sorry,
Shira?
Shamane's fight. I don't
I
know.
was gonna say, is Shira gonna fight?
Before
I better
Shamane's
make
fight.
some.
So, I have Crimson Fluidium. So, Matt, this grenade, um, I have to take all the Fluidium out for it to go Black Nova, right?
The special grenade you got.
Yeah,
Yeah, you pull the fluidium out, it goes black nova.
that's
If
all the
you
Fluidium, though, right? Or is it just
yeah,
any Fluidium out of it?
nope, gotta pull it all.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll leave like 5 left in that grenade, and
Okay.
I'll take the rest out of my mask that I have in reservoir, and that is
Another
yeah, I
good
got 20
question.
crimson on hold, so I'll take out I'll take out
That's just one housing option. She's found other ones that are a lot less
Would the
attractive.
Artisan Guild have some kind of guild hall or something we could stay at?
They certainly have one for you. And yeah.
But I couldn't share it with my friends.
That would be an arrangement you would have to set up with the guild hallmaster,
Oh, well, I
which
guess I
is
should.
something you could do. Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, I should go find the guild hallmaster.
okay.
Oh, if you're going to do that, I have a pin as well from my master that makes signifies me as an ally of the Artisan Guild.
That's good.
You could take that with you and see if that helps to smooth the process some.
I think that pin is yours, but I could mention it.
Yes, no, like take it with you and mention that one of your associates is working for the masterclass blacksmith or is an apprentice of the masterclass blacksmith. That might help grease the wheels a bit. They might require me to make some things for them, but if it will get us out of having to pay a steep price, I'm amenable.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
Cool. Then I'm going to give her the pin that Briley gave me for that denotes that.
Okay. It's significantly different than yours, Shamane.
Okay.
Because I'm not
Um,
actually a member, I'm just friendly with
he's
them.
not a member. You have a nice little membership pin. This is a ally pin. It's pretty fancy though.
Neat.
I would like that back when we're done, though.
Didn't you also want the metal cross metal?
The Iron Cross? Yeah, I was gonna like hit her up for that after we had worked all this stuff out. I wasn't in any real rush.
Okay. We were talking about pins and whatnot, so
Yes,
I just thought.
I appreciate that. Yeah, Chaminade, at some point, in the future, Hazard will hit you up and ask if he can make you like a low tier artifact in exchange for that pin. The Iron Cross pin that makes you an ally of war or friendly with war.
Why does he need it?
He doesn't. He wants it. Like he literally he has like 3 or 4 of them now on the inside of his cloak that he wears, and he just likes collecting them. Because like when he pulls the cloak open to give you the artisan ally pin, he's got like 3 more in there that he's been holding on to.
Yeah.
No, what else came in the war chest?
Well, that's what I'm saying is I'll literally make you something that you would like. Like I can make like low and mid grade artifacts. He'll just make you something that like if you want something that makes it easier for you in a social setting, he'll just make you an artifact that gives you a bonus to
that-
talk to people.
Al
Dude, I'll-
Hezred already like owes me, kinda. You know?
With
What do I owe you
the
for?
blue mask, the 6-tier blue mask that that Shaman gave you.
Oh, that's fair. I mean,
Well,
he'll
you
pay you
are
for it if
probably
you
going
want.
to
Just tell me what
need
you want.
a defensive artifact to fight successfully against the destroyer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
we
he'll
wanted
just
to find out about the artifacts the destroyer has.
yeah.
I'll be back to do reconnaissance on him.
Yeah, I have appraisal and stuff too. So if you can get pictures of it, I can literally be like, "Oh, this is what it's made of. This is what it does." Sort of a similar function to your one who wears the mask, but for building stuff.
I'll think about it. Let's get through this other stuff first.
Cool. Like I said, it's
Anything
just
else you
something
guys
he
want to
asked.
do
Like,
in this area?
I don't think there's anything I want to do. Chamonix's pretty adamant on the Saint, and I have my own tasks that I'm going to be doing. So
I have a beast fight and a regular fight lined up, and that's already sorted out. So yeah, good.
you already do it.
No, I have them lined up. Like my character went off to do the crafting stuff
Mhm.
later on, while he's waiting for those fights to be organized.
So when are your fights then?
Presumably this session or next session.
I just I'd like to be there for that. That's all. That's show so I can watch.
Sure. I mean, like they're
Chamonix,
presumably public.
you have a task to go check out the Artisans Guild Hall.
Yeah. I'll go to the Artisans Guild Hall then.
And I'm going to be
And I'll bring Vicky up and Lady Lash if she wants to come.
She's gonna tag around. She's enjoying herself.
Just let me know if you want to do anything, lady. I wouldn't want you to be bored. We are in
I'd
the
like to
city.
sweep you off your feet and take you some fun, but I'll let your mind think about what that could mean.
Oh, okay.
Shira, Constantine, War Dog. What about your plans?
War Dog is gonna play escort to Shira. Shira's gonna go try and find alternative housing. Take pictures of the city. Really.
Good stuff. Yeah. Information's key.
Constantine is actually going to find if there's any temples nearby, places of refuge, or
For his religion.
that, and or there's a couple missions that he personally vowed uh, to act on. One of them is this is a conflux of places from all over.
Mhm.
There's a specific disease that uh, that infects the populace that is from their homeworld. It's
I see. So it's
basically the
almost like a
apocalypse.
yeah.
So he's going to make sure that the city doesn't have the stench of this thing. Because there's a good chance it can make an appearance here, and it spreads very fast. Affects pretty much
As
anything and everything.
as
Biologically.
a as a question, don't most missions have quarters for the needy? At least if we're having trouble finding a place this first night.
Yes, but that place is going to be full. Those are going
Right.
to be
I mean,
full
it's a
first.
hostel, but like it's literally like everybody gets a spot on the floor sort of thing.
Yes, and I guarantee you, in a place like this, it's gonna be full.
Yeah. Okay.
I trust
It was a thought.
Chamonix will find us some housing. In the
Cool.
meantime.
Housing that you're going to find, most likely, ladies and gentlemen, are not the poor housing. It's going to be the rich housing.
Yeah.
That's gonna be actually the most space available, or at least that's my prediction. And I would really like it if we could find a really nice place to stay. Does it look like I am, where should be staying in a hovel?
I'd like to find a nice place to stay too, Lady Lash. I think we'll work something out.
Yes, use your little Chamonix charms on them. And if that
So
doesn't work, throw Mip Mip at them, and you'll gobble them up.
Nip Nip will definitely convince them.
Mip Mip.
So with Warnog's new mask, I think he's completely fine with Shira. I'll go with
Mhm.
Constantine, but I won't be with Constantine the whole time because I'm going to be going through my inner domain to work on some stuff. So
Okay.
I'll just
Oh,
be
like
sticking
what?
around. Oh,
Handling those grinds.
I'm growing. I'm doing some building within it.
Oh,
I've
nice.
created a fountain and a sculpture I can put a mask on.
Oh, going Elsa with it.
I haven't watched Frozen.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, it's such a good movie.
but
I
I'll take
watched
your
it with
word for it.
I watched it with my kids. If you get
Yeah,
a
no,
chance,
I
you should.
figured.
I also watched it without them because it's legitimately a good movie.
Movie. Let it go, my dude. Let it go.
Yeah, right.
All right, we've made our plans. Let's act on them. Shaman Malmane, you want to get our lodging?
I'm trying to.
Oh, are you? I'm sorry if I'm distracting.
No, that wasn't the problem.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay. Well, find your way there.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to figure out where it's at first.
Not hard to miss. Um, you have the pins and the information and the identifiers on you. So if you go around and ask people, you can be directed to where you want to go.
Cool.
Depends on where, though, in the city do you want to go? Are you going to the manufacturing? Are you going to trying to find the guild hall? Or are you trying, which is where they receive
Definitely
people and
trying to
requests?
find the guild hall.
Okay. Um, not hard, but it's further into the city, and you get dirty looks because your state of clothing and your stuff is does not match those around you. You're
Lady
looking under
Lash,
for
I guess it's time for a new wardrobe. I didn't realize how dirty this robe had gotten.
You know what? You do have that face silk that you could make some pretty fine ass clothing from.
I thought something scary would happen if I made clothing from it.
Who knows?
She just kind of looks you up and down. That is because it's all dirty. Come. She kind of goes over, and she unopens several of your canteens, and everyone just kind of watches as she basically washes your clothes using magic.
Why, thank you. Look at me, I'm fancy now.
Well, that's just you were fancy to begin with, and then you decided to get, I don't know, dirty again.
I'm a dirty boy, you know me.
Oh,
Chamonix winks.
yes, you are. But you'll have to get that mended. Unfortunately, I can wash it, but I can't. Not gonna be able to repair that.
I mean, in a place like this, I might as well see what I can buy for a new one.
What type of cash are you looking at?
We'll have to figure that out. Maybe I can sell some things at the Artisan Guild. My bag is a little full.
Mm,
I didn't
well,
even
let's go
know
with
that
that.
was possible.
She takes you, kind of loops her arm under yours and kind of trots you off in the direction of the guild. The edges of your kimono everywhere is frayed and split, rough, no longer that nice neat. Um, clothing you're used to, unfortunately. In fact, on the back of your kimono, kind of where your heels are, there's big rents in them, big splits um, in the fabric.
Mm.
You've been through a lot, and so has this kimono. Unfortunately, there's only so much this kimono can withstand, even with the
Yep.
magical protections you put on it.
It wasn't really meant to be a forever kimono, and I've done a lot of traveling.
Yes, you have. Maybe it's time to hang it up and put it on the wall of travel, your journey.
I
Be
think it
like,
might
hey,
be.
you get to the Artisans Guild, you get stopped. Halt. State your business.
I'm Shamane. I'm a medicine seller. I'm part of the guild. I was hoping to talk to the guild hall owner.
The owner's busy, but due to your badge, I suppose I could let you in. Make me
Oh,
scrutiny.
make it a scrutiny? Okay.
Mhm.
I had scrolled all the way down to the bottom of my stuff. It takes a minute to get back to the top.
This does. You have a lot of stuff, Chaminade. You do a
It
lot of
is
things.
it is a lot of stuff. Too many stuff.
Okay.
Scrutiny. Okay. Bam. I only have one check mark in scrutiny.
Yeah, and yeah, he supposes he can let you through.
Something shifty's going on. What about Lady Lash? Does she figure it out?
She glares at them with hate.
Oh.
She gets really close to one of them and hooks a finger right under the edge of the chin of the mask. You sure you want to play that game?
Oh my, Lady Lash. What's going on?
They suppose they can let you in for a price,
Oh,
full well knowing that you are a honored guest of the and a member of this house guild.
well, I would like to think so.
I'll make you a deal, little guard. You can let him in, and you can keep your face. I wonder what happens if I just pull this a little further. Hmm? Come on, Chaminade. Come on, Yep Yep. We have a date with Destiny, and mooks like this are not going to get in our way.
Matt, that was amazing, but I have a piece of information that I need to know. I
Mhm.
thought you said the city was a sanctuary itself, or is it only certain areas in the city?
It is, but also Lady Lash is a dream demon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes more
She can
sense.
pull your mask off and toss you outside the city.
Yeah. I got you. I
People
got
still
you.
wear their masks in the city because they give you buffs.
Yeah. I
So
see
while
what you were going
people,
with that. I was thinking like take
well, you
off the
were
mask, you don't
absolutely
have a
correct. No,
yeah.
you're absolutely correct. But Lady Lash can shift people.
Yeah. Got you.
And the guy was laughing, and then she pulled it, and you can actually feel the space kind of distort behind him. She's like, "Are you sure?" But yeah, a lot of people wear their masks because A, it gives you the superhero syndrome. Basically, your identity's hidden.
Yep. And also
Two,
gives protection.
yeah, it gives you protection, armor, and it gives you buffs.
Yeah.
You can utilize the buffs of the masks, and
I feel
why
like
not?
Chamonix's wearing his at this point just because he feels naked without it.
It's a good strategy. In the sanctuary, you can wear because you have your mask can be split into two parts. The upper
Yeah.
portion and the bottom portion. You can literally disconnect. You have to take the whole mask. Or if you want to remove the bottom portion, you have to take the whole mask off. If you just want to remove the top portion, it just click and falls. If it can be removed off, and the bottom portion will be left. But
Okay.
yeah, your mask can be whole or half, depending on which one you want.
I feel like it's probably going to take Chamonix quite a while to get used to air on his face.
Yeah, so you keep the bottom half.
I'm going to keep the whole thing on, I think.
Okay, no, It's a green mask. That's a very nice green mask too. So, you're that's a show of wealth too. Show of wealth and strength. A lot of people
Oh.
like to do that's well, it's a culture thing. You know,
Mm-hmm.
is that the best mask you're wearing, or is that a reserved mask just meant for the city? Or, are you trying to show off? Like, what message are you sending by wearing that? The same thing with clothing.
What do I look underneath? What do I
Yeah.
look like underneath?
It's a
So
mystery.
she kind of pushes him halfway through a portal and grabs him by his armor cuirass, and she's like, "Ooh, I wouldn't want you falling out of the secure zone without a mask." As she holds it in her hand.
Damn.
I got Lady Lash around because I'm just not tough enough. She's my muscle.
Everybody gangsta till the dream demon
Yep,
starts
yep.
ripping
Kinda
people's
growls
faces
and runs
off.
over and grabs the guy's steel-toed boot and goes, all angry like. Starts to thrash his steel-toed boot.
I probably should find maybe up something to eat soon.
Oh, he's in protective mode.
He gets grumpy when he's hungry.
Yes, we could feed you to the Dragonute. He is growing. He does need his calcium. He likes the bones the best, especially if they got juicy, succulent marrow. You have 2 legs. You could probably go without one. The other guard's like, okay, we get it. Let's just pull him back in. Just go on inside. No problem, right? Oh,
Why, thank you, sirs.
and she pulls him
Good
back in
coming.
and drops the mask on the floor in front of him. And Mip's still like, she
This way,
like,
Mipip.
just scoops him up. You guys march up the stairs. Hmm. Chaminade, I'm gonna have to ask you to keep an eye on the verbiage of some of the people here.
The verbiage.
The individual said, "I suppose I could let you in," and the way he said it kind of left a but at the end of it. What would you have done if I didn't step in? If she stops you at the front doors before she opens them.
What would I have done? I
Would you have?
suppose I would have waited for him to clarify himself.
All right. What if he asked for the toll, a bribe, the payment? What would you have done?
Depends what he would have asked for. I suppose.
So you would have given him things?
Hmm, I mean, if he wanted like a joint, I would just accept that as the toll of friendship.
No, no, no. We're gonna need to work on this. You can share, of course. I don't mind that. You're very generous in that
I
manner.
need this.
But
Oh, it's all tangled in
there's
my
a certain
thing.
class of people you need to dissuade certain behaviors of.
Hmm. I've never tried to dissuade
Just be
anyone.
firm. Just say no. And as long as you understand, and I'll step in, of course, regardless. But let's just not let people take advantage of your kindness. Yes, hard to find people who are generous and giving these days.
I've always been a more flies with honey than vinegar sort of guy, but I suppose we are in a very new place. I should probably get used to the customs.
Let's just say keep your honey in reserve for those who deserve it. The usual should be vinegar and poison, bug spray.
Well, I am equipped with substantially more poison than I used to be.
Yes, isn't that interesting? But anyways, and she kind of opens the door. The guild hall, the main guild hall of the Artisan Guild here in the city.
Why, thank you, madame.
And you guys kind of saunter in, and you get a couple looks of curiosity, a couple looks of disdain, a couple looks of indignation, like how the fuck is this guy here?
Shamane will give a little wave to anybody he notices looking at him.
Yeah. Eventually, some very, very portly individual kind of saunters up in very fine clothing. He has a little hat. Think more Chinese imperial official kind of look.
Okay.
And he kind of comes over and
Like the to-go box
swirls.
hat.
Yes, that one with a golden pin through it. Um,
Ooh.
you can feel power rating off of his clothing.
I bet
Uh,
this guy knows where to shop.
yes, he does, and probably has a lot of money. So he may not be powerful, but his equipment are that's pretty big. Big as big as he is, because he looks more like a boulder than a person. Very.
Can I can I roll my dynamic entrance going into the guild hall?
Oh, of course you can.
Okay. I gotta remember what I roll.
It's written down for.
Acrobatics, yeah.
See what you got.
I always get good rolls on dynamic entrance.
You dynamically enter.
That's you.
You get a lot of the fuck. A lot
Hello.
of confused looks, but you're met with this man.
Hello.
He kind of looks you
Shamane will
down, and he's actually a lot bigger than you think. He's 7.5 feet tall. To this towering giant ball of meat, almost. And he kind of looks down at you over his girth, with his portliness. And, yes, who are you?
Shamane is gonna give a little curtsy and he's gonna be like, I'm Shamane, the medicine seller.
Uh, I am Malfin Chang. I am the deputy vice head of this guild hall.
The deputy vice head.
And
Is
what you
that how
purpose here?
who we're looking for, Lady Lash? I'm not quite sure.
Well, anyone with any significant authority, such as this individual, would work.
What? It is okay, how do you pronounce his name again?
I typed it in Malfen Chang.
Mao.
Yeah,
Or
I
should I
put it
call
in chat.
him
As
Yeah.
in
Meow?
Demon Lord of the Minute Chang?
Yeah,
Well,
or
Mr.
descendant
Chang,
of such.
we've we've come from um floor one, I suppose. No, floor one. We've come from floor one and we're new here. We're just looking to learn about the city and maybe find a place to stay here in the guild hall.
Your badge.
Your badge, you said.
Oh, yeah. I'll
Just cut out a little bit there, Matt. That's all.
yeah. I'll show him my badge and also yes, I'll show him the friendship pin too.
Sure.
I also have this pin. My acquaintances are looking for lodging as well.
Yeah, the he kind of grabs them. Lady Lash kind of she's holding her hand, but then her grip tightens.
Yeah, Shamane looks a little startled, I'd say.
And one of her eyebrows kind of dips a little bit, and her gaze
Um,
takes on that predatory sharpness.
is the
Mip
problem,
Mip is
Mr. Chang?
completely Mip Mip is just like, wow, this place is great.
Good for me, yeah.
He kind of studies it. Yeah. It looks like you have been a full acceptance, although you haven't based off of the markages on you are untested. You have no named product, no titles, uh, no reputation, no product, no venture, no money, not real money. So, in other words, you're nobody.
Well, if you'd like to test some of my product, maybe I can prove my worth.
What I would do is I just like get your premium shit out right now and just put in a thing and then just send it off. It's just like
And just
it's like
I need
Just gonna stunt
yeah.
on a motherfucker.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you're my one customer is your boss. Oh, no big deal.
No, that would be his boss's boss's
Yeah,
boss's
yeah,
boss.
yeah.
There's a big chain of command in a guild like this.
Oh yeah. Like this dude probably thinks he's big dick because he's the leader of this guild hall, which means it's
Deputy
probably the
vice head.
city.
He's vice head,
Oh,
second command.
oh, he's a deputy vice head. Okay, no wonder he's acting pretentious.
Yeah.
He wants to be somebody important.
And this token, this is fake. As he tosses it back to you.
Neat.
That was the
What?
friendship pin that was given.
Well, Hazred is going to want to know about that.
Well, if it's I've never seen markings like this before. So whoever gave this obviously couldn't forge it right. So
Insults all around.
yeah,
I'll have
I'm
to
gonna
do
have
a
to
little
come in
more
here with
you'll
my
have
research
to
hammer.
on
tell them to work on their forgery or not get swindled.
Oh, we're gonna have to smack this fool around.
that. Do we?
Well, I might have to. I mean,
You continue with your
Dominic, go ahead
transaction.
and give me a willpower test. Also, several of your totems or your protective runes,
Words? Yeah.
yeah, they wither and fall to the ground, losing all light.
That's not good. Oh, that's good though.
Um, your talisman against mind control, soul sucking, magic resistance, fatigue, and bad luck all fall off you.
Hmm. Um,
oops.
Mr.
And
Chang, is there something
it-
we need to discuss?
Mm. Oh, you're littering on my floor. Stop that.
I'm getting some bad vibes.
And you get to look at him in the eye, and you immediately don't like what you see. There is a hunger in there that cannot be understated. It would be closely similar to bottomless hunger.
Mr. Chang, can I speak to your manager?
You have no authority, no rights. You are a nobody. So you either deal with me here now, or you can leave.
In what way are you thinking of being dealt with?
Me? Well, obviously, the respect I deserve for my station. The deputy vice head of this branch. We're no one. If you want to be part of this guild hall, then I suggest you follow suit. Follow the hierarchy, follow the rules, written and unwritten.
Lady Lash, I'm getting the feeling this is more of a vinegar situation.
I'm thinking deadly toxin, but that's your choice.
Deadly toxin. Oh.
He kind of narrows his eyes at Lady Lash, and you kind of feel power starting to radiate from one of his hands as he has way too many rings on it to pudge around those rings, almost make them permanent fixture. But he's got two rings on each finger, one on each part of the joint between. And he just kind of gives her a cold look and backhands her so hard she goes out the door. And you can kind of
Gross.
see power radiate off of his hand, all the rings glowing. You have your choice.
Do it.
Give me
Refuge
a
in
second. I
audacity.
got
Balls deep.
10 billion things I could do. I gotta figure out which one I'm doing.
You could regroup and we could all come hit him. We could group up and hit him till he dies.
No, this is personal now.
Do it. Do it.
Nip Nip is cowering behind your leg now.
Yeet
He
this fucker into the
glances,
sky.
He glances at Nip Nip with a you look like a good piece of steak, and then glances back to you.
Touch me.
Several of the guards are they have posted up. They're not pointing weapons or anything. They're just observing the situation at ready.
Uh, I cast time stop again.
When's the
Sure,
last time
let's
you used
fucking
it?
go to time stop. Go for it.
It's my new favorite spell.
The thing
I-
is,
Drop the 9th level spell. Let's do it.
I-
Fuck yeah.
Spells, so my spell pool would refresh after every session, and
good stuff. Good stuff.
I do remember doing that.
Yes, you do.
Behold, our
Um,
mightiest weapon, the Yeet Force 9000. So strong it may yeet time.
All right. Confirmed usage or
Yeah, I'm gonna use it.
all right. One of his rings shines so brightly it hurts to look at, and then it shatters and breaks. And he is inside the time loop as well. He kind of looks around. Oh,
Oh,
that was an
hello.
expensive artifact of mine.
That was an expensive spell.
You're going to have to naturally compensate me for that. It was a middle
Will I
grade middle
know?
artifact, and honestly, I know it doesn't look like you can. So, looks like you're gonna have to work it off.
Oh,
Punch him. Sword him in the throat.
Hmm. Roll a couple things for.
Karma. In case
Um.
you can't tell, I woke up this morning and chose violence.
Yes. Yes. I can tell. Yeah. What do you want to do? He's inside the time loop with you. Everyone else is frozen, but you and him.
I've got a lot of things. As soon as I deal with this guy, I'm selling some things.
Okay.
You want to put a pin on it and think about what to happen do next?
Sure, yeah, if you want to do something.
We've been playing with you for a fair amount of time. It's good to switch it up. So I did a little bit of my stuff beforehand, before you guys got on. So I'm cool on waiting a bit if you want to do something, Hazard.
All right. Well, she thinks, Hazard, you're You're physically, mentally, and spiritually spent. It's actually hard to lift your hammer right now. Alex? Oh no, he is done. Alex is done. Alex is done.
Well, I guess Alex will
Yep.
have to wait. Oh,
All right.
Sorry, for what?
there you
Oh,
are.
yeah, you.
Did you hear anything Matt said?
No, my daughter doesn't feel well, and we were discussing options.
Didn't realize. Sorry.
Okay. Do you need
Well,
more
that's
time
why I muted.
with your daughter?
Well,
Discussing
she
options?
hasn't. Apparently, she hasn't eaten today, so we're gonna make her some food real quick.
That's a kind of important step of the day.
Yeah, right. I've got some tortillas. I'll make some. I'll make something for her.
Do you want to go do that now?
I'm doing both. What do you need?
Oh, I was just saying, we're gonna do a little bit with you while Shamane thinks about his options.
Oh, okay.
So, I want you to roll
I've
an
been
influence
done
test to
with the
start.
compressing.
I'll give you a +5, an influence test.
Influence test. Okay.
You are spiritually, mentally, and physically spent. And it's hard to lift your hammer currently.
Hey,
Nice.
Somebody's talking mad shit on your stuff.
somebody's talking mad. Hmm.
You can feel it
I can feel the fact that somebody's talking shit.
about specifically your stuff. Anything that has been built by your master or you, if someone talks mad shit on it, calls it fake, you get to roll on it to see to see if you notice it.
Okay. So I'm
Really?
gonna use my potential coil to try and re-energize myself with ether. It's like I get the feeling I'm sort of like hollowed out
Yep.
right now. I'm basically using it like a shot of adrenaline, like just a temporary
It'll be a
pickup.
it'll be a stopgap, barely.
Yeah. All right. So either the dude that just walked out of here with an artifact is talking mad shit about it, or it's something that was
Different.
given to me.
You'll have to do navigate surface to try and locate it.
Okay. 9 degrees of success.
That's where Shaman is right now. That's where his locator's pinging.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm gonna call everybody on our wristbands, sort of like group text. Be like, somebody is being quite insulting. Wherever Chamonix happens to be. I'm going to investigate. It might behoove us to move in force. And that's just the message he's going to leave.
Kuroko takes Constantine's hand, and we kind of go that way.
And I'm going to heft up my hammer, bolster myself with my with my ether, and I'm gonna head that way. And I'm gonna do it on foot, so I have time to sort of recover a little bit of myself.
I do
I'll
need
arrive
Shaman
later, but
to roll for turns in time stop, which is 1d4 plus 1. Four turns. All right. And Malfin Chang kind of looks you up and down. Shamane. Well, sign this contract here. You can read it, of course. I suggest you read it so you understand the implications and the
on the back of your
significance of the
neck.
actions and the consequences. You're going to need to work off that. Everything needs to be done in written form.
I don't think that's going to happen. happened, sir. I'm terribly sorry, but you slapped my girlfriend
Oh,
across the room.
that thing. I saved you a lot of trouble. It was a demon. Succubus.
I think I want to get in contact with White Wolf.
White Wolf is watching.
You're just gonna watch?
No, well, she's like, not always attacking first is a good idea. Stalking and observing your prey, looking for opportunities and weaknesses is always an option, unless you have no choice but to act immediately.
It's the question of being the bigger man or reacting on emotion.
Well, I'm definitely not signing this contract.
No, that's definitely out of the window.
I will have you roll karmic law to identify what's going on with the contract, because the paper's fancy. The ink is fancier.
Nice.
That's evil as
69.
shit. That is evil as shit. You can feel all sorts of evil auras coming off of it.
You should like
The
just
magic attached to it is insidious. You cannot tell what type of magic, you can just tell the nature of the magic. Magic normally is neutral. This isn't.
So I'm quite close to him. Is there any way that I could maybe like spend a little merit and get my karma sword to work on him without me drawing it? I mean, I can already use it from a distance.
No, I mean like yeah.
So
Of
there
course.
should be
Yeah.
some kind of aura I can send out.
Well, you could invest in aura with merit.
You can invest in aura. That would be a karmic law aura, so that all targets in the vicinity of your aura.
Did we get XP last time?
Not last time, but you should have a fair amount of
Yeah,
EXP
I
to
have
use.
42 already, so
Yeah. So
That's
5,
like-
10. It's 5 each time. Just like selecting something.
Just spirit aura. If you've unlocked the first tier of spirit, which I know you have.
Yes.
It could also be used as a defensive measure against, well, golly, people with a really high or low karma, couldn't it?
yeah. Well, I think this will. I wouldn't be spending merit into it if it wasn't going to be useful in more than this one situation.
Right. Well, I'm asking because my character doesn't have any aura stuff, and I'm just curious as to like
So spirit
all the
select
options are
karma.
Nope, just aura.
Aura.
But you can call it karmic law.
And that's 5 merit.
For the first one, depending on how much you want to put into it.
Let's put 2 into it.
2 purchases?
Yeah, so that's
Just
What
15.
that'll do is the aura will, at your current point, it'll be in meters equal to your influence bonus, and every purchase you get a new power to it in addition to well, you buy the aura and then you of course use select. Every time you use the select on the aura power you built, you'll add your influence bonus in meters to it again.
Matt, I thought you would purchase the next. It's like using select, but do you get multiple aura things, or do you just
You
like
can get multiple aura things. Absolutely, you can buy
Okay.
multiple aura. That's why
Okay.
you can buy aura, spirit aura for 5. That'll give you
Yep.
your first aura power, and then the next aura power that's completely
Is
separate from
10.
the first is
Okay.
10.
If you want to improve that one, use select. I got you.
Yes, and that's where you can use all of the pillars to decide how. Do you want might to be a stronger aura? Do you want it to cover more utility with using the spirit pillar again? Do you want it to be more often
Oh,
content?
okay. So the
based-
first time you pick it, it's chosen as a talent, sort of,
right.
and
So
then all
the
the
talent or
other.
ability.
Okay, so it's like a mini pillar in of itself. It's not an offshoot of the spirit pillar anymore.
Right.
It's just the spirit pillar gives you access to it, so it's like an outer pillar,
Yeah.
like a web.
Mhm. It's
Okay,
spider web.
cool.
I look at it as a
Yep.
tree.
And that's why you can have more than one. Unlocking the threshold to get that, you can have multiple auras. It's just the more auras you have, the next one costs more and more.
Yeah,
And
I
then
got
you have all this. You have all of these auras you now need to spend merit on. which that's the price of having a lot of abilities. They're not going to be as strong as someone who has less abilities. Because Kuroko, you've beeline down very few of the abilities, but all of your merit has gone into them, so they're ridiculously powerful. Whereas
Mhm.
you could go the utility route, wherever you have just a litany of stuff, but it's not all that strong.
Mhm.
So it rewards
I went down
specialists.
that
It
route.
rewards.
I didn't mean to. It just happened.
It happens. That's fine.
So, do you want to put another 10 into Karmic Law of selected aura, or do you want to just leave it at
Well,
the
the first
initial?
purchase is 5,
Yeah.
and then you would use the select to start over at 5. That's the thing. So, which pillar do you want to use it to upgrade?
Yeah. That's the first question.
So, you can utilize targets equal to the number of purchases upgrades in the swiftness pillar. So, when you have your aura and you want to use karmic law on them without drawing your blade, the number of swiftness advancements determines
Targets.
how
Gotcha.
many targets you can use in a single action. So
Okay,
if
I need
you
to know what am I writing down first? Just aura, and
Yep,
that's what I'm
you have
purchasing.
you have karmic aura, karmic law aura for
Okay.
5. As meters, as you as the epicenter in a circle around you, equal to your influence bonus.
Okay.
And you can target one person currently. You can turn it on and off.
Okay.
Um,
I think that's all I need for now.
and all it does is allows you to hit someone with your karmic sword without having to draw it. In fact, you don't even need to have your hand on the weapon.
Will they? What will they see when I hit them?
They will see you standing there, probably smirking, probably like furrowing your eyebrows or something.
I feel like Chamonix's always smirking. He's always just got this kind of
Just a
I
tiny
know
little knowing
something you
smile.
don't sort of smile on, but he doesn't really. That's just his face.
So yeah, that's what they're kind of looking at.
Okay. So you spent 5 merits. Is there anything else you want to spend?
You want to upgrade it?
Um, I don't think I need to if it's within my influence bonus.
Like, do you want
3
to?
meters is
Yeah, that's pretty good.
isn't bad.
Do you want to like select, say, the item itself of the contract as well as him, or do you just want to select the contract, or
Oh, for the
using the karmic law? Because we know that
I
thing's
would
evil to
have
begin with.
it. Select him.
Okay.
Unless the contract is trying to attack me.
It's
Nope.
just it's
No,
almost
no,
like
it's an insidious trap, is what it is. That's what you've. It's like a trapdoor spider kind of aura that you're feeling.
if
It's
you
not
if
going
you
to
don't
do
want to deal with
anything.
him right now, you could deal with the thing that he's put in front of you. That is kind of
I think if I spent merit on anything else, it would probably be my talismans, but maybe I should wait and see where this interaction goes before I spend anything
sure.
else.
But you've got your start, so that's good.
Right, you got your aura, and you're dealing with this man. So he kind
I feel like
of
this
smirks at
guy
you. And
has some serious karma.
he's got something.
Do you want to do karmic law on him to figure out what his karmic is, so you can know if you have a bonus to him or not?
Sure.
He's evil or not, because you have the resistance
Well,
evil.
I've also got eye for sin.
Yeah, well, that's what I meant to. That's
Well,
what I meant to say.
go ahead and roll
off
it.
for him.
You're
Ooh!
having a stare down. Hmm.
Very close.
Yeah, I do have resist evil, don't I? What does that do?
Gives you a +20 on dealing with physical and the mental characteristics.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'm gonna have you roll that now.
Roll what?
Resistance evil, willpower.
Willpower.
Mhm.
Again.
Willpower +20 this time.
Huh?
Yes.
Oh,
Would you like to reroll?
Yeah, I better reroll.
Nice.
That's better.
You feel a oily, slimy sensation kind of pass over your skin. It's done nothing,
Ew.
but kind of it's a very gross sensation, followed by the prickling of little pins and needles, or like something's crawling across your skin. There's nothing there. It's just the sensation's there. All right, 3 turns left as he kind of stares down you, and a couple of the artifacts on him are starting to glow a little bit. And his big, great smile that started as a smirk starts to widen. It's very slowly as he continues to stare you down.
I don't like him.
Got lots of things to
He
lean
has
on.
the appearance of him getting bigger and you're getting smaller.
That's some magic shit.
Do you still have your plant in your bag, or is it as your tattoo right now?
It's as a tattoo right now. I put it on as a tattoo before we left the place. Um. Well, I better find out. I better roll some karmic law or some karma sword on him then.
Him or the contract, because or some of his artifacts. Like you can
Yeah, that's
target
why you could
not just
select
him.
if you did swiftness, you could have multiple targets to hit these artifacts on him instead of just him
Ooh.
himself. Because my thoughts is if you hit him, something's gonna hit the artifact's gonna block you in that sense. But if you hit the artifacts, well, that's not really
They have to be innately evil, though.
yeah,
Yeah, can artifacts be evil?
of course.
Oh yeah, depends
Oh
on
yes,
who
it
made them.
absolutely can.
Oh yeah, it depends on who made them and what the
Purpose.
process
Yeah.
of making them are, their purpose, and the materials used. There's a
Okay,
whole
so
different.
Like if I slaughtered 10,000 people to make this artifact, that's a pretty karmic evil
yeah,
artifact.
that's
Yeah.
pretty evil.
Yeah.
So if
If you
I
made it out
buy
of 10,000 people,
Even worse.
some aura select or swiftness select aura,
Karmic or karmic aura, yeah.
how many artifacts can I target for two
Gets you one extra
purchases?
target per attack.
What?
you broke
Every
out, bud.
purchase gets you one extra target per attack.
One each it's a plus
One.
one. It's a plus one per extra select.
And how many artifacts does he have on him? Like 20, right?
Make me a awareness test,
Okay.
and then make me a Sinitians. You have it.
Awareness.
Remember your mask abilities, but I think that's pretty good. 69 is great.
I don't like using all these really good rolls for just awarenesses.
But I think this is good to know what
Sinitians.
you're gonna select and shit.
Sections. I know I have it. There it is.
Magic awareness.
It's
Nice.
52 artifacts of varying different abilities and scale.
I think if I was gonna try and take all of these artifacts, I would need something more than.
Well, what you should do is use Eye for Sin on now to pinpoint which artifacts are the ones you should take out. You know what I mean?
Can I tell that with Iverson?
Why wouldn't you be able to?
What's protecting
Eye for
him?
sin is eye for sin. Well, you won't if it's a neutral artifact, you won't be able to tell. But if it's evil, you'll be able to tell what's evil, even if it's not active.
Well, if it's just evil and
You'll
not
still be able to.
currently part of our battle, I don't really want to.
It's on him. It's part of your battle if it's on him.
But like, if it's not protecting him from my karma sword.
I mean, it could activate if you try to use it on him.
But I mean,
Yeah,
any of them could activate if I try to use it on him.
That's why if you do beforehand, it don't. Think of it like this: you're targeting around him compared to targeting himself. Once you target him, then everything goes to shit because now you're in a hostile thing. But if you're just doing things that are around him, like it's karma. It's like
But
it's very subtle.
I've got 4 turns to figure out which of these 52 artifacts I need to take out.
You got lots of merit. You can do
Because
bunch of
God knows
different
the
things.
guards are not going to be pleased with this. I'm going to talk to my plant. Hey, plant boy.
Mm.
This guy's super evil. Do you know which of these artifacts would protect him from his terrible karma?
No. It's not
No?
something I would know.
Yeah, it's not his forte. That's your forte, Chamonix.
Is it?
Yeah.
What? Wait, since when?
Always. You're the karma person.
That's nothing to do with artifacts.
Artifacts can be
Karma
evil.
artifacts.
Artifacts can
But-
be used to protect somebody from their own karma. The artifacts to protect against evil or to enhance.
Will my karmic law tell me, though, not just what's evil, but what's protecting him from his
That
karma?
would be an eye for sin, actually.
Okay.
Okay. He's a great many things. The contract itself is an evil artifact too.
Is the contract protecting him?
No, it's going to be used to ensnare you.
You really want me to take out this contract?
The artifacts that are protecting him are multifold. Even the clothing he wears, the hat that he has, the golden pin that's used to secure the hat, those are all artifacts. Like everything he has on his person, all the jewelry, every bit of accessory or clothing, they're all artifacts.
Like you have the opportunity to use your karmic law on this contract artifact and be like completely nullify it, sign
I
it.
mean, at this
And
point,
then it's just-
you've brought it up so many times. I have to try.
But it's you make the decision. There's just what could go wrong. kind of thing.
There's too many artifacts defending him. Some of them are actually good karma artifacts. But artifacts are tools. So even evil people can use good aligned artifacts. So he's a very wealthy man in a very wealthy position with a lot of power. You may have to make some moves to find an escape route at least, and then come back with a plan. Now that you've seen what he can do and what he's all about. And White Wolf is promoting caution. This person has done his work. He has prepped. He has built his power base. And we are still working on it. He's going to be a lot faster than you think. He's going to be a lot stronger than you think. Because despite his weight, he's probably has something to overcome his obvious physical debilitation being so bad. So she's been watching and has logged and cataloged a lot of his things he has on him. But the direct confrontation, bad idea. This is the lion in his den, and wolf then gives him a significant advantage along with all of his treasures. That does not mean don't defend yourself.
Well, I'll try and karmic law his contract then, or karma sword his contract then.
Go ahead and roll a hit. You still have to roll a weapon skill to hit it. Since it is attacking through an aura, you do not get the standard attack bonus, so it's no +10. But you can use a +10 to aim.
or concentrate in this sense.
I've also
Mhm.
got precision killer, if that helps at all.
Yeah, that'll remove the cult shot.
I guess this would be a cult shot. Makes
So
sense.
is this full aim?
You want
You
to
want.
spend one of your turns doing this?
How many turns do I have left? 3?
If you spend a full turn aim, you'll have 2.
2?
Because you're on your third turn now.
Yeah. I'll full aim.
Okay. He grows larger, and the pressure of his power continues to press down upon you.
And it's a standard attack.
Nope.
What
It
Just
is
a
is
it?
weapon
not.
skill.
It's the weapons go with your plus 10, or plus 20 for aiming.
Okay.
Nice.
Good hit. Yeah, you'll
And
slash.
I was gonna say, there's no you have inescapable on your weapon skill attack, so it's not like you could dodge. But yeah,
Go ahead and roll damage. Alright.
what's that say?
Says damage 25.
All right, let's see what kind of karmic swing we got on this. Oh, you crit.
Nice.
Roll
I
another
think I
d10
crit
then.
on the 25 too.
Yeah, roll another d10.
Oof.
Oof.
We got both sides of the karmic swing on that one. um. All right. You will slash the thing. Play its defense, and it does not survive your karma impact. It'll burn up in his hand, and he is going to glower at you. And using the power of the guild, he's going to try and force you to submit to his will.
I would like. Oh, is that a willpower roll? Do I have to beat that?
It is, but he is using a evil power on you, so you do get evil resistance. You do have additional talismans in your bag.
Spend for good vibes should count.
No, you're just gonna roll a willpower test with your plus 20 to resist evil and any other things affecting your mind. Let's take a peek at what you got.
Did you not pick up strong-minded?
I don't know if I was strong-minded.
Is this a psychic power specifically?
It is a mind attack. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
pretty sure you can pick that up for cheap.
Yeah. Second or third
10 point.
tier power.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's second.
I just thought you already bought it. Is all. Maybe it was a hazard that was picking it instead.
I did pick it up, yes. But that's because when
Yeah.
I activated my psychic powers, I had an inbuilt weakness to psychic powers, so I had to pad the numbers.
I'm not seeing strong-minded.
Okay. If it's not purchased, then you haven't purchased yet.
Check, check. You guys hear me?
Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
All right, cool. Sorry, I accidentally tapped my mute button. Didn't know if it procced.
You need a willpower of at least 30, and you need a prereq of resistance psychic powers.
That's a 5-point expenditure,
So-
though.
For the resistance psychic powers.
Yeah.
So you can buy resistance, psychic, which is like mental attacks, for 5, and it gives you a plus 10 bonus to that particular resistance. And then you can go immediately buy strong-minded for an additional 10, And you may re-roll failed willpower tests. Resist.
Man, we better get some more merit soon. Just ripping through it.
I
Planning
figure
to
kicking
save
this
this for
guy's
my
ass is
fight.
bound to get you some merit.
Well, this is a good test for your fight because he's
Yeah,
gonna
it
have
is.
artifacts too.
He's gonna have artifacts too. It's true.
Okay. So currently you'll have a plus 30, and if you fail, you get to try again.
Okay.
You can also, of course, spend merit to increase the flat
Okay.
resistance bonus. You can do a whole bunch of stuff for on the cheap. Yeah.
Do I need to roll again?
No, you're about on par. You had about 5 degrees of success as well. Yeah. In this case of ties, defender usually comes out on top on that one. All right. Last turn.
I think I'm gonna set off my photon flash grenade and run away.
Okay. Drop
Or
it
why
at
you
his
just
feet.
run away? Why
What?
you just run away?
Because I want to set off my photon flash grenade.
I think that will stop the time stop though if you use it.
Oh, is it an attack? Would that be considered an attack?
Yes.
Okay. Well.
Or you can just stand your ground.
I'll have my photon flash grenade at the ready, and I'll turn around and walk away.
Okay. Well, turning around and walking away will give him an attack of opportunity. What you're looking for is disengage.
Do I have disengage?
Yes, everyone has
Everyone has
disengage.
disengage. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, I'll disengage.
You've already
All right.
declared what you're gonna do.
All right. You have disengaged, and he will press. Yeah, he wants you to obey him. So you're looking at 6 degrees of success.
How is he rolling so well? Fuck off, guy.
Because he's rolling so well.
He's a
So
big, nasty social guy. He probably doesn't have a lot of outright combat ability on his own, but he's had a lot of time to accrue the right gear to offset his weaknesses and devote himself fully to, like, or not Chamonix, Kuroko has devoted herself to ice powers. He's devoted himself to social
I'm
manipulation.
not really talking about his armor, but
Right. I'm talking about his roles.
yeah. Specifically the 8 he just rolled.
so is time stop finished now?
Nope. She's got to defend.
Okay, and then it's over.
Yep.
So,
Willpower.
willpower. Plus
Mhm.
30 again?
Yep. You're gonna need to reroll.
And I'll reroll that. And I don't need to use a
with
fate point.
Nope.
no, that's where
Strong-minded.
strong-minded comes in.
Now you can use fake point.
Now you can use fate point.
Come on. Come on. Come on, Chamonix. Why?
Now you can burn a fate point. Unless you have any boons or any other currency you like to use.
Before you start burning or using boons, there are additional options to your character.
Please give me additional options.
Well, you gotta think about them.
Yeah. Oh.
You got options.
So what he's trying to do now is make you submit.
Mm-hmm.
You've dealt with evil before.
Maybe
How fast can you make
riposte
seals?
is an option here.
Hmm?
Riposte. He's hitting you. He's s- doing something metaphysical to make you submit. Hit that evil karmic
Can I
thing.
send it back to him
I wouldn't say send it back. I'd
like
say
a
just
baseball?
like I'd
Rebound it.
slice what he's trying to do. Your target is his submission.
You do have an aura. He's reaching through it. You also do have talismans. They're not activated though. You have. I know you have. If I check your gear, I'm pretty sure you have spares, unless you don't have any spares. Do you make spares?
I don't think I made spares. I'm gonna be real honest with you here, Matt.
Jesus Christ, you have a huge inventory.
Oh,
You are very good at keeping.
I have a fuck ton of. Obviously, my fucking crystals should be protecting me.
Also, doesn't your plant make an anti-mind control fruit? I
Not
could have
yet.
swore we ran into one at one point.
No, but he and Mip Mip are covered in those because they steal them from her first. From him first.
Mhm.
So yeah, you don't have any
Oh.
spares. Um, you have a ton of alchemy materials.
I know. I know. I
As
have a
for your
couple.
crystals,
Hmm.
I've
I've got quartz, which is protection. I've got moonstone, which is protected travel. I'm trying to travel, to be fair. And I have garnet, which is good luck and business success. Is this a business transaction?
So it
I
was
mean,
a normal
technically, it's
quartz or a
shared
rose
business.
quartz?
It was a normal quartz.
Um, it would break the quartz if you wanted to sacrifice it. You said the other one was a garnet?
Yeah.
Nope. And then the other one was a
Moonstone.
moonstone. Is it? Yeah, there it is. No.
Moonstone doesn't do anything?
You'd probably need a diamond or opal for inner peace. The quartz would protect you if you wanted to use the quartz, but it may break because it does have protection.
Yeah.
Alexandrite purification.
I'm pretty sure I only have the 3 stones right
Yep.
now. So yeah, I'll use the quartz.
Okay. Needs to roll 20 or less. Nope, the quartz will break. And then the time stop ceases. It stops.
I said I was walking away though. Do I get out before it stops?
Well, if you are disengaging, but it's a very large space in which time stop. You don't really leave time stop. You know most often
Oh, I do have a her
oh
I do have a diamond.
yeah, because time stop, if you leave 350 meters away, then you can get out.
Well, I'm not really trying to leave the time stop in particular. I'm trying to leave the guild.
Yeah, you can get out of the doors, but that's when
Oh,
it ends.
cool. Yeah, that's all I want.
And you did have a Harkinger diamond or something?
Yeah. I looked at it and then it ran away. It was
The
there.
Herkimer diamond, creativity, intuition, aura cleansing, protection, dreams, attunement. That could also work. A lot more tougher than
Yeah, I'll save the diamond and I'll sacrifice the quartz.
Okay.
You can probably find more quartz later. I also have an
Cool.
ancient black dragon scale shield that is cursed.
Mhm.
which is kind of interesting.
Yep. So you scramble and you're on the top steps outside the doors.
Is Lady Lash out here?
Yes. She kind of gets up and kind of wipes her face, and she's got all sorts of cuts and scars from the rings. She kind of
Oh,
looks
Lady
over.
Lash of face.
That
He was extremely rude.
Yeah, but that's also what sin does to a man. That is a greed and a glut and something else. Maybe pride?
A lot of pride in that guy just from the way he talked. Pretentious and unearned.
Well, we'll see. Let's kind of group up as she kind of pulls you closer into protective range. Okay. A lot of guards are surrounding the area. He boastfully just. They have damaged company property, my personal property, and insulted me greatly. Seize them.
Um, can I guess uh, Chaminade is gonna be like into his communicator. We're gonna need backup over here. That.
Kurko says we're already here.
Yeah, Kuroko, the world shifts, cracks open, and you step through your a little ice door.
So I never caught everything, but Chaminade, can you tell me what's happened?
That guy was real rude, and now he's continuing to be rude by sending all these guards after us. He's saying something about company property, but
Demon. Welcome to the guild, the Artisans Guild. I, deputy vice chairman of this. My name is Maofang Chang. Is this your compatriot, associate, friend,
My companion,
family,
as
companion?
Kuroko does an etiquette and
You will
comes
bow back.
back.
You will bow back, but it's a lot more shallow.
Of course.
It's a way of
Chaminade, we have his name. Why don't you write a complaint with your next shipment?
well, I was thinking of doing the shipment here pretty soon.
Well, why don't we do it right in front of them?
I do have some nice stuff here.
Yeah, I think the
before we move on, excuse me.
You are not
Let's
excused.
I'd actually yeah, I'd go see your boss because he's probably going to want to have a little talk with you here soon, and maybe we can get someone else out to find us lodging because I don't
You
think
can
you're going to
file
have
the
a.
complaint at the desk here if you so choose, but that's
Oh no,
after we.
I don't. That's not necessary. We have a direct line of communication.
Of course, but before, if you do mind, as you kind of interfered with guild activity, the matter does
You
have to revolve
slapped
about
my
company.
girlfriend.
It's okay,
Yes,
Chaminade.
because she was being threatening and is not a member of the guild.
You've been threatening.
It's okay, Chaminade.
How so?
You slapped my girlfriend.
That was self-defense. She was
That was
trying to use
threatening.
her succubus powers on me.
Well,
ETA DM.
we'll talk to somebody a little more in the know about this then.
Chaminade,
And that you
why
may
don't you
absolutely do so, but the matter at hand must be settled. The debt
the
is
matter at hand will be settled. Thank you. Chaminade, write your letter and make your X and send it on its way. You have the material here now. And I'm sure she's been looking for a fix. So why don't you do that now?
Okay. Yeah.
If they try to interfere, it's not going to happen because I will not allow it.
This guild
Well,
matters, Miss Demon. I know you're trying to assist your companion, but
I'm just
the debt of damaging
well,
company
he's
property and my personal property. While I may let the insult and slights to my person go,
he's
there's still a debt.
monologuing. I'm going to write my letter. And it's just gonna be like, um,
This trifling ass bitch.
Just explain what happened. He tried to
yeah,
disregard.
and he tried to, and my mind control
Yeah, he tried to.
talismans were falling off him even before he slapped Lady Lash.
He tried to. He tried to take it from me and make me sign a contract that was, not
Yeah,
not in the artisan's way.
yeah,
And you have his name.
yeah.
What's my
Ben
arrival time to all
Chang.
this, DM?
You're about a couple minutes out,
Okay.
unless you have instant transportation.
You
I
said you were
mean, I
walking, though, right?
kind of do. I did say I was walking so I could sort of recoup a little bit of myself.
You can catch a ride, for a couple white masks.
Oh, sure. I mean, I'll spend that then.
The guy will charge you 2 level 1 white masks,
Oh,
for a rickshaw over.
sure. Absolutely. Easily within my price range.
Yeah.
Can I
Yeah.
finish
Yeah,
what I
you'll
was
get a
saying
rickshaw
now?
on the way over.
No? Okay,
Wonderful.
cool.
Continue what you were saying, Shamana.
Are
Yeah,
you
sorry.
sure? Do I have permission?
Do it whether you have permission or
Um,
not.
Yeah, so I'd like to write that Mao Fan Chang attempted to control me and have me sign an evil contract and also slapped my companion across the room, and I don't feel this is appropriate guild behavior.
Especially in a guild hall.
Yeah. And he was the deputy chief
Deputy
of
vice chief.
Dep-
Yeah.
yeah, I'll put in his position as well, so we can more easily track him down. On the third floor of the guild hall. In what city are we in?
Third city, I do believe.
The third
Name
city.
to it.
I don't remember her name, unfortunately.
And I will send my ounce of divine weed. And I've got more here. And
Well, thanks to Alhazard's very good notes, it goes by Lidros, city of
Dangerous.
industry, automatons, and booze.
Yay! Note taking for the win.
Mhm.
okay. Spirit, so divine quality weed, and I've got 3 ounces of superior quality weed as
Mhm.
well. Should I send any more? I want some for bartering here. Dee.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't send it yet. So now you have a great reason to.
Yeah, it's a good reason to. I'll send her 8 ounces of high grade weed.
Okay.
Along with my note with
Okay.
my complaint. Well,
And
he's
you have
monologuing.
The disc.
the little disc. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a weed artisan weed transport token.
Cool.
So yeah, gonna use that right in front of him.
Yeah, while he's monologuing, I'll just send that off.
Hmm. The matter of your compensation, please.
I feel like the compensation has already been done. Maybe not to you, but to someone higher above you.
Well, if you're not willing to settle now, then I will have to file it with the guild. And
course.
anywhere you go, that'll be something you must deal with immediately. Before
Speaking of, is it possible to speak to someone else besides you?
the head chief is not available at the moment, and this is the controlling government body of the guild in the city.
Well, I hope he's not too busy.
He's about to get a little busier, I think.
His boss's boss is about to get a little busier.
What do you guys think? Should we wait a bit? Maybe give it an hour?
I think we should go.
Have some tea?
Yeah, some tea. Yeah. Do you think there's like a tea house around here?
I don't know. Have to go find it out.
There's a tea house in the guild house, one of the finest in the city. But
I
yeah,
don't want your fucking tea house. Dominic's gonna leave.
Make my own goddamn tea house.
The
Bitches
guards
and
Blackjack and
That's
hookers.
goddamn tea right
The
here.
guards don't budge. Are you sure you wish to pursue this?
well, you know what, Shamane? Let's just have some tea here. Kuroko will form
I think you should deal with the matter of compensation first. Otherwise, I will have to file a lawsuit.
Of course.
Please just go do what you're going to do because I don't want anything to do with you anymore.
And he talks into a large jade tablet for a moment or two, and somebody comes over and hands you a piece of paper.
Is that the lawsuit?
Yeah, you've been served.
You get served.
What's the lawsuit say?
You are being charged for destruction of property, and aggressive action, and assault of a person.
Does it say where I go to?
Arbitrate?
Yeah. There is a law office that she may go to.
Where does the paper come from? A person brings it? Where did it come from?
A person. A man in a suit. He looks completely. He does not look affiliated with the guild hall at all.
Hmm. Probably need a lawyer.
He has a different pen. All guild services will be suspended for you. Your pin will be deactivated. And no services will be extended to you until the matter of the lawsuit settles. So
Hmm.
I
That sounds
didn't
like it's been a
expect
couple
to
of
have
minutes.
to
Dean.
lawyer up on my first day.
well, Shamane. We'll figure it out. This man.
guards, let them go. This matter has been settled, and I abhor violence. Let them go.
So I'm just not going to get to be in this scene.
You're gonna
No, that's cool.
arrive as they're leaving.
Ah, okay. Well, yeah. Tardy to the party, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you get off your rickshaw, and there is
Mhm.
you see your team kind of walking away, and there's the guards are starting to turn around, and you see one of the fattest, largest persons you've ever seen.
Ah. So I'm gonna heft my hammer over my shoulder and walk up to the party. So I heard someone was, what is the phrase? Talking shit. May I inquire as to what occurred?
Chamonix is just gonna wave his paper and huff.
Ah,
It's over.
sorry.
Party's over.
It's been an exhausting day.
No, I'm not blaming you. It was all on that guy. But
Hmm.
oh boy, I don't like the city.
It has its charms. I gather this is not one of them.
I haven't
haven't seen any charms yet. Gosh,
Oh,
gosh, all I've done since I've gotten here is argue with people.
welcome to big city living.
I hate it.
Lady
course.
Lash kind of looks over. Okay, now that we're out of detection range, well, let's just say that guy runs the guild in this city right now.
Hmm.
Headman, I think he's not only unavailable but indisposed at the moment, and it'll be
Mhm.
an inheritance. There's probably a interfaction fight. We were told there's going to be significant corruption within the cities. I didn't think it was going to be this bad.
Oh, so someone here was disrespectful to you, Chamonix. This wasn't a simple argument.
Very disrespectful.
Well, Lady Lash's face is cut and gouged open all over on
Okay.
one side.
Can
You
I?
feel
Chamonix.
that?
Can I roll a Medicaid on that?
May I borrow paper while you're seeing to your lady? To your lady.
Yeah,
Kind of
sure.
looks
Got
up
lots of
and
people.
touches her face and sees oozing blood. Oh, right. Sorry, I didn't notice. I was seeing red.
Hmm.
All right, Chamonix, do your damage, but make it healing instead.
Yeah, you could.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Chamonix, what is your full name, if you don't mind me asking?
Just
Or is Chamonix your only moniker?
Chamonix really is all I go by. I think I had a last name a long time ago. It
Wonderful.
was a long, long time ago, though.
White Wolf just says last name Wolf. Chamonix Wolf.
Oh,
Wonderful.
I just got a last name.
Fun. Don't you love it when it happens? Okay. Alhazred is going to write down basically effective immediately, all members of the Lidros Artisans Guild are hereby blacklisted from the services of Blacksmith's Apprentice Masterclass Abdul Alhazred Brightbirth, with the sole exception of Artisan Chamonix Wolf. And I'm going to sign it with my high quality tablet and bind it. So none of them are allowed to come and get shit made from me when I start advertising in the city during the next couple or the next week or so or whatever the timeline is. And I'm going to post that on the guild hall door.
You have to go up to the guild hall door.
I'll walk up to the guild hall door.
So you need to stop as you're immediately somebody stops you. There's a lot of guards.
Get out of my way, young man. This is business.
You're gonna need to show identification, sir. We don't just allow anyone to approach the guild.
My pin, Chamonix, if you please.
I'll give him back his pin.
Cool. I put the pin,
This
I
has
open
been
my
labeled
cloak,
as-
and
has
hook
been
it
labeled as
in.
fake.
Right. As he's doing that, I hook it in with the rest of the pins, and then I show them my my identification, which lists me as a confirmed blacksmith apprentice masterclass.
Mhm.
It's not
He just
fake.
he just kind of stares at it like, okay.
Now, you can either have this pinned to your torso, or it can be pinned to the door. But it is being served to the guild. You may take your choice which.
Well, if you're going to serve a missive or a message to the guild, usually you put that on the notice board rather than on the front door.
It's going
Damage the front door. You'll have to compensate for it.
acceptable. And he's just going to place it on the door, and I'm going to use ether to adhere it to the door.
Okay.
And I will reiterate that I am using my my tablet of contract enforcement, high quality, to bind this particular writ. Any artifacts that they unknowingly acquire from me will fall apart as soon as it comes into the guild hall or falls into the hands of an artisan's guild member from this particular guild chapter.
Okay.
And I will turn to Chamonix and say, it's not much at the moment. It might not mean anything to them in the near future, depending on their ability to access myths of quality. But it is a punishment,
You're
and
going
the
to
harshest one I
receive
can
a
instill.
letter and a little thing pop out in front of you, Chamonix.
Mhm.
Me?
Yep, it's very fancy.
Mhm.
You receive a little box,
Oh.
wooden box, actually
Oh.
made of real wood.
Ooh.
Ooh, expensive.
hmm
What?
Inside it has
Okay.
the guild symbol on it, Artisan's Guild.
Okay.
All right. Inside the box is more Artisan teleportation tokens. And there's a letter addressed to you, an apology letter. Also, question: Artisan herself knows of this corruption. Fortunately, it's tied to stuff happening upstairs. There's more than one way to take down a person of power. That is to basically disrupt and destroy, or corrupt in this particular case, that person's power base. This is part of a series of direct assaults against what I've built and put together. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about this right now. I am dealing with a literal betrayal on the highest level of our organization, and I need to stop the bleeding because we're hemorrhaging supplies, money, people. But I can ask you to do this in my stead. It's not going to be easy. Violence should be used at discretion, and or you should not be caught using violence. But if you can weed out the corruption in that guild, then maybe you can start a ripple effect from the middle layers.
Sounds
Guild is
like a
under
plan to me.
assault. Guild is under assault of the worst kind. People are not being, all the darkest methods are being used, which includes corruption of officials using whatever source necessary, whether it's Nocrin, addiction, uh, blessing of sinners, powers, blessing of sin.
Um, isn't Nocrin like the upstage version of Fluidium?
Yeah, it's
Like it's
something.
like refined or condensed
It's a
Fluidium?
tangent of Fluidium. It's an alternative, but
Right.
Just
it's
as powerful. Yeah.
so powerful. Um, it's like riding a god high, but because it does go away eventually. Extremely addictive.
Well, this is the floor to get it. That's for sure.
Yeah, but every method, dark method, even legal methods are being used for seizure and disruption of business, everything. So, right back. You can undo this damage. Um, well, you might be finding yourself with a lot more influence and power. This would be a perfect opportunity to set up your own power base. Hell, you could even run the branches on the floor if you clean this place out.
Be the head honcho.
You're going to need to do it for all three cities, though, because they're all about as equally bad, from my reports.
Chamonix doesn't have a particular taste for power, but right now he'll do just about anything to see this man burn.
Utilize every method you
Yes.
have with you, including stuff like legal actions, um, dark methods, make people bribe them, make people disappear. You're going to take out the heads of each of these the guilds right now, whichever ones they are. You're going to need to undermine their power base first. Will be some of them are easy, some of them will be very difficult. If it's Lidros, That's going to be particularly hard because the man there, um, there is no money in that guild house. He's wearing it. Everything is run off of credit. We don't do that. So he's wearing the might and the wealth of the guild house on his person. He's a very greedy man. I'd start with your friend. If you can borrow all of blacksmithing, all the blacksmiths from doing business with that guild house, things might be rough. I would also see if you can find a way to have people lose confidence in their business. Even if it undermines me, that I can deal with that.
With the corruption gone, Artisan could ostensibly recover from anything,
Right.
short of outright dissolution of the guild.
Yes. Because the way it's looking right now is everyone,
Feeling better?
all the people in power are going to be, they've gotten more power. I'm tied up on my end, so I can't intervene, even with my direct management associates who deal with this type of stuff. And if everything goes the way the enemy wants, this guild will be dissolved and each individual house will become its own private business.
Well, we don't want that.
No.
You're just talking the letter.
Am I having a conversation or am I just reading a
Yes,
note?
the letter is a low tier, middle grade artifact, and it does write as you can talk to it, and it writes on the page.
Oh,
And
do I
ink
have
is all,
do I have
and
this
ink
like
is all.
permanently?
Oh man, you got Tom Riddle's journal.
I think I
Um,
got didn't I get a communication device from her actually?
Pager.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
her pager.
This is something much. This is like texting, except it's
Yeah.
the other one was like, "Hey, I'm here."
You're going to need. She's going to want this back
International
because
texting.
despite it's a low tier mid grade. These are hard to come by. They're also easily
Okay.
destroyed.
Can I get rid of the corruption and then give it back?
You're going to need to hold on to it until this crisis is averted and we can communicate more easily.
Ask her for the process to make it, and I will make some for her as a gift for helping you out and for her continued support in our endeavor. I can make these.
You'd be one of the few. You'd have to have the right materials, but
Exactly.
the last thing in there is going to be key. It is the most sophisticated key you have ever seen. It is very three-dimensional, and it looks like it has a lot of moving parts. In the wastes, partially reclaimed by the plants, there's a vault, my emergency vault, where I put the most valuable things I find on that floor, along with a lot of information, and someone or something in there also keeps tabs on certain guild individuals.
Did we
And
sleep there?
no,
Oh.
there's no air in that room.
Ah. Makes it difficult.
If you can get to the vault, if you agree to help me purge this corruption on the third floor, contents within are yours to use.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
The guild heads are looking for them, along with a lot of other people, this vault. So they're going to be watching your movements in case you happen to make your way there. So if you do happen to go there, don't get caught. And if you do get caught, make it a trap. You are given a new pin and your old pin dissolves literally on your chest. This is a direct authority pin from Artisan.
Neat.
Not that it means much, because everything's in flux. Those who are the enemy will call it fake, but it's not, because I put literally my essence stamp on it. But that doesn't mean they can't claim it such. Those who are true to the guilds, they'll recognize it.
That solves that situation of your guild thing not working anymore. So that's good.
Well, I don't think it. I guess it would work for the right people.
Exactly. Before it was
Those who
deactivated,
would
right?
do you well, and those who believe in the guild and actually mean you well, they'll know. You'll have to deal with a lot of groveling and obeisance because of the authority of that pin.
As long as they don't slap Lady Lush.
I, if you can deal with that man the way you want. I don't care what happens to him. Any ramifications of dealing with that guild hall is isolated. The weight of the guild will not come down on you. That's the problem. I can't deal with it directly, but the rest of the guild, even if he cries out for help, it won't come from the guild itself. It'll come from whoever he's pledged himself to for power. I'd also like to know who that is, so I can send some assassins.
Sounds like I've got some investigating to do.
Hmm. The more you help me with this, best I can do is fund you secretly, like a resistance group. It can be little things too, like giving you a large tin filled with percent tokens, um, giving you increased access to the kiosk with significant discounts, private auctions just to you, giving you high tier artifacts for 10 gold, that type of thing. I'm limited, and I can't fund all my resistance groups, but if you prove to be more useful, again, more resources will be allotted your direction. Be cruel, be mean, don't let people step on you. Be careful.
Vinegar, not honey.
This battle stems all the way from the highest floor, and it's a trickle down effect. So, good luck. And the paper will fold it back itself up into a origami flower.
Woo!
Sorry if I'm being nosy here. I'm taking notes. What all did she say about the vault? It's hidden in the wasteland. It's airtight,
Partially
and
reclaimed by the plants.
okay,
We're gonna do
partially
some digging.
reclaimed.
The only way to find it is through the key because it also is a compass.
Nice.
Okay,
And the only way to open it is through the key.
But we got to worry about people following us to the location because they're
Observing you, scrying you,
Yeah.
any which way of observation.
okay.
I want to talk to
anyway.
some plant.
It also could be used for a very convenient trap.
yes.
Oh yeah.
Leave them outside the city walls where they don't have the protection of the administrator and
Yeah.
give them
It
a good
also
time.
could be used to pull a very large portion of troops away from the city.
Mm-hmm. So this is still day one, right? Did I make that high class artifact on day one, DM?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. So he's basically been forging stuff all day, but he has rented the warehouse and the forging
Mhm.
space.
Yeah.
Cool.
This is near the end of the day.
Cool. All right. Then he will turn and look to the rest of them and be like, if we lack somewhere else to stay, I did rent a warehouse for the purpose of storing materials and things I acquired today. We can sleep there.
Seems like a good idea.
It might not have utilities, so we might need to produce alternative means of bathing and feeding ourselves and
Oh,
warming
Hasred
ourselves.
really put his speed on to do all that during this one conversation.
Well, this is apparently, if this is the end of the day, like that was one of the
Apparently.
first things he did. Was he went
I don't
and
know
was
what I
like,
did with the day.
probably wandered around the city and found a better tea house than the shitty one in the Artisans Guild. 'Cause fuck those guys.
You guys did walk the city for quite a bit. In fact, Lady Lash did not take you directly there. It was kind of a winding thing. You know where all the good stores are, though, or the stuff for new clothes, and you know where a tea house is. A lot
What's
of
up, guys?
restaurants. Probably fed Mip, which takes a while.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Some tea houses did also serve as inns in the area, so that
Mhm.
might be alternative lodging. Well, I say in the area, in the era of ancient China,
Mhm.
specifically the Ming and I want to say Feng, the F dynasty. So it's all you. Alhazard will support you in whatever you're trying to do. I'm just trying to offer solutions.
Yeah, Chamonix.
You're live, Valgro. So yeah, we're back. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Just going over stuff of like what went on in the city. Um, is it possible to do some stuff after session to kind of figure out where things are in the city and kind of make a map for ourselves or kind of build it together, or how do you want to go doing that? Because it's kind of like we
Sure.
don't
No,
know.
yeah, we can absolutely do that. The path Lady Lash took Chamonix through, I kind of glossed over it, but and that's my mistake. There's a winding path that kind of walks you through pretty much a very large merchants area, which is packed wall to wall with businesses, including food and otherwise. And that whole area, Chamonix would be familiar with, because you guys probably made several stops. If the only thing you did was feed Yep, it still would be hours walking through that place to get to the guild area.
Okay.
If you
So
stop for tea and food, that would be a lot longer. But
so
um,
how long did a hazards thing take? Because we went to the city
um,
and we went to the
his
fighting
took
pit.
about 4 hours.
Okay.
That's his crafting ability. Is very quick.
Especially with Brie. Yeah, I get that.
Yep, very quick. He can make some seriously complicated stuff even by just hitting it once. The cost is the fatigue that comes with it.
Mhm. So time wise, it's it's matching up, so we're good there.
Yep, about 4 hours. Chamonix, you probably walked around. I would be more than glad to do a private thing where you guys can go shopping and visit the tea houses, talk to people. It's just walking through block after block after block of endless stores. I would rather do that something on a kind of a private type of thing, so you can enjoy
Sure,
the
we'll go
shopping and
clothes
whatnot.
shopping later.
Yep, there are
You
clothes
say I
shops.
need a new
There's
kimono.
Yep, there are clothes shops. There are uh, food. They sell artifacts, gadgets, technology. Think of it as a giant strip mall that winds in an S pattern,
Are we in Las Vegas?
pretty much in this particular area. It's considered a bazaar, is what you
Yeah.
walk into. A bazaar that's several miles long,
Ooh.
and it's not just guild businesses. And even in the cramped space, there are tea houses. There's smoke houses. Um, there are hashish dens, opium dens. Like this whole place is just like the Wild West of just stuff. Just walking through it straight takes you an hour and a half, and that's trying to walk the whole distance, pushing your way through the crowd. If you make stops, it's going to be a lot longer. But um, I'd be more than glad to do that with you, Chamonix.
Yeah, let's do that.
And that way, you, Mip, and Lady Lash can have a fun little thing. As for making clothes, you can have a hazard make it for you. You just need the right materials.
He's our builder right now.
Yep.
And you got your fake kimono,
Mhm.
silk or whatever.
Does she have the kimono already made out of face silk, or does she
No,
need one?
it needs to be created.
Still need to figure out what the face silk is.
Yeah, that's fair. Figure out what how to like what material is, or we don't, you know
Make
what it is, but how to utilize it, I guess is
I was
the
hoping to
Make you-
find a place
make you the
to
best
make
damn
camp
kimono
and
on
figure
5
out what
floors.
yeah. Um but yeah, so Al Hazard is your warehouse is one option. It's a cheap one for sure.
Yeah. You can pick up a basic kimono with nice materials, but that's non-magical for pretty cheap. But if you want a kimono, that may have to be made to your specifications or purchased at a high price.
We'll see.
Mhm.
What are you doing, Kuroko?
Well, now that we've kind of come to an impasse here, Kuroko will thank Alhazard for suggesting to use the warehouse. Um, she's going to ask how everyone else thinks about that. Would you rather actually get somewhere to sleep and have accommodations, or are we going to stick it like we do the Nook and just you know live in a live in a cargo container and go from there? Because
Lady
I can,
Lash looks over. Must we?
yeah. How about we find somewhere actual to stay? I can put the 1 month down payment for us, and I'll be getting more crimson for more jobs very quickly through this place.
Um,
Because I don't need much, but I do care about my companions.
you know what? I'm pretty sure we can find somewhere nice to stay on the cheap. We're just not looking in the right places, I think.
I think that's completely fair. We don't even know about this place yet. Like this is
Yeah.
who else has been here? None of us, right? This is first
All right.
time, right?
So, Chamonix, your swag may have had a misstep, but that doesn't mean you should not. You have more swag than ever now. Look at your little shirt and your pin.
Of course.
We just need to find the people who actually recognize style in the man who wears it. Unfortunately, that fat bastard. I don't think he could see past his girth.
No,
So,
I'm pretty sure he was pretty blind. He
so
couldn't see your beauty.
yes, we're going to do something about that. I don't like getting hit. So get our revenge, but let's make it really hurt. That takes a little time.
We'll get it
Um,
figured out between the two of us.
so I think we should take the artisans. We need to put pressure on the guild house indirectly, not through us, but other means.
I can begin offering discounts for anyone who swears to or is willing to sign a contract saying that they will have no truck with them, or at least diminished business with them.
People hate contracts.
Of course they do.
Yeah. Mm. Do you guys want to seek additional help, or what's your plan?
Oh,
We
first we
should
need to find it, right?
we should head to the Bearded Lady Inn. The guardsman from the gate mentions that he enjoys collecting and dispensing rumors and information. He could be a source of intake and output if we put the word out to one effect or another against the guild. He could be a vector to transmit it to the populace.
Hey,
Okay.
maybe even that dwarf will be there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. So you guys want to go to the Beard Lady Inn?
Sounds like a plan. What do you
Okay.
think, Shamanic?
Sure.
I
All
could
right.
use it, Nick.
You guys go to the Beard Lady Inn, and it's quite a lively place. A lot of beer, a lot of good stuff. Prices aren't too bad actually. Um, when asking about a room, there is one available. Price is not too bad either. Be tough to fit you all in there, but at least it has two beds to start, and it's clean. Downside is you would need to ferry your own water up, but it does have a bathroom.
I was actually thinking more of this place to get information where we can begin our look.
Yeah. So you guys just want to sit down at the available seating? You want bar
Yeah,
side or you want a table?
I think a table would be good. What do you guys think?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Once we're sat down, I'm going to release the ether charge out of me, and you guys are just gonna watch Alhazred just like just all the energy just sapped out of him.
Looks like you could use a little nap there, Hazard.
I was uncertain if we were going to have to fight, so I bolstered myself with power. It's a stopgap, not a true rest. But it does allow us to fight beyond our traditional capacity. Part of my original training. And he sort of like rubs the armband or the wristband on his arm.
Dominic, what do you think about do you,
About what?
what do you think about talking to the barkeep? Maybe they can get us some information on a
I think I've talked to enough people today.
very well. I guess it's time to use my connections. Uh I guess Shira, Constantine, let's split up and try to get information on either some artisan contacts that are around or some other place that we could find lodging at.
Cool.
So Kirko's gonna take a look see around, see who she sees. Using I've Sin to look for I do like this idea of finding the most expensive man in the room, usually through his
Okay.
artifacts. So, like any parties that are around, or maybe an individual.
Go ahead and make me a roll.
Sure.
There's quite a few people in here. Not a lot of power, but um, there's quite
Usually,
there's a couple loners in the corner who have kind of a small two-person tables. So, they're sitting at it alone.
yeah. So what's really nice about not Iverson for one who wears the mask is telling what these kind of artifacts do. So, is there any of them that are specifically used for either information gathering or
There
like,
are.
yeah? So
One of the
let's
guys in the corner, he has a little object on the table.
yeah,
Looks like a pineapple in size.
nice.
He's
So
tapping away at a computer. He's kind of hooked up to it.
yeah, I'm going to kind of make my way up and ask, do you mind if I sit here?
And he will study you for a moment. Don't know you.
My name is Kuroko Arsenal. I'm new in town, but I have a good eye, and it seems like you don't know me, but I'm sure you know other people.
I know your name.
But I guess knowing my name is not knowing me. That's fair. Do you mind if I sit?
Can you afford to sit?
Depends on the price, but I'm sure I can.
If you can't afford to sit at my little desk, then it's best you not do it again. But
That's
anytime.
that's
Just so you
completely
know.
fair. Kuroko sits down.
Okay. So my time's expensive, but you are convinced you have deep pockets. So what are you looking for?
Lodging, for one. Lodging that I can afford. Something that is secluded and not in the guild's view. I know that makes things more specific, but I'm sure you can find something in around that
City's
range.
large.
Yes.
Well, there's a lot of places you can find very large accommodations. They're not in the city though, and they require some work, but it's not too far. That's not your taste, and you actually want the sanctuary effect. That's where things get a little more difficult.
Of
As for
course.
space, affordable is not the word you're going to be looking for. What you're looking for and should be asking for is not price, but
What's
utilities
available? Yeah.
and amenities. What's inside? What it has access to? Size, space. What's the purpose of this? Is it in a private zone? Are people going
So
to be coming by looking for protection money?
I'm not sure about that, which I don't mind if they are looking for protection money. But I am looking for beds. I'm looking for a place to eat, a place to wash and be clean, and space wise to hold the 9 people.
That is a lot of places. You haven't
But
really narrowed it down, and honestly, it's kind of boring me. I can stick you in a very small place, 9 people. I mean, people stack themselves up like cordwood, and places barely fit for two. They have water. I mean, you just just go ask a landlord owner. You're going to a very expensive meeting talking about things that you could talk to someone free about.
Hmm.
For I'll give you one more chance.
Sure,
Don't bore me, or I'm gonna ask you to leave.
of course, and I completely accept that. Um, how about this? I'm looking for a. I'm looking for a place that has a vantage point of the coming and goings of the guild. Something centralized between their their foot traffic that we can gain information and be centralized to where we need to go. Somewhere secluded that they can't find us, like I said before, and somewheres that can be locked down if needed.
Those places are taken.
Okay.
The only other option is you're going to need to see a master of space. They can create a subdimensional overlay, which, of course, allows you to exist simultaneously in the same space as something that's already occupying it. Problem is, you can't pay rent. He just collapses that zone. All your shit inside, too. But again, space is expensive. And I'm not particularly the kind that does land brokering. You've come to the wrong guy for that type of thing.
Right. You can get me information on people.
Perhaps you did make a mistake in sitting down. You don't even know what I specialize in.
No, I don't. It's true.
Maybe ask him.
No, she's hold up. She's taking a second. She just kind of looks him over and well, it's I never did get your name, did I?
I didn't get it.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's Do you have a handle you go by?
No.
Let me see.
Handles are easily as traced as names. And they might as well just be your name.
I see. I see.
You should know this. Titles are basically a moniker as well. And you can easily identify who you are, or at
Yeah.
least narrow down who you are.
Yes, of course.
So,
Is he wearing a mask?
yeah, yes, he is. He's
Okay.
wearing a basic plain white mask. All it does is hide his features.
Yeah. She looks at the pineapple artifact on the desk and says, "It's true I don't know who you are and what you specialize in, but I do know artifacts, and that one that you have there is quite useful for finding information, is it not?" It's more than just paperweight, I'd say. I apologize for taking your time, but I've come to a loss here on what what you specialize in. It's not people, it's not places. Is it things?
Perhaps you
Finding.
should leave. As I said, my time's expensive, and you've obviously come unprepared. You don't even know what you really want. You haven't even missed a lot of steps, friend. And fortunately, this will be remembered. We don't like extending trust or even availability to new people. Usually comes by word of mouth and reputation. And so we approach you. Impressed that you actually picked me out. Good on you. But your greenness is showing. When you're ready for the big leagues, we might approach you in the future, but honestly, perhaps it's best you stay out until you can actually swim in the deep end.
I see. Um, again, I apologize for my rudeness, and Kurko takes out the artifacts she made of war. The small device that captures essence, I guess, and puts it on the table
Mm.
for
At
compensation.
least you have manners.
Of
That's a good
course.
thing.
And she'll take her leave.
A good example to find out what someone specializes in. Take a look at their surroundings. That'll be a lesson for next time. And the person literally just when you get up to leave, the person's not there anymore.
Well, yeah, had a laptop. That's the one thing I picked up.
Had a
Um,
laptop. He had a little big pineapple-like device attached to
Mhm.
it.
so the pineapple was attached to it. Oh, I thought it was just a
Yeah,
separate
no,
entity.
it was plugged into the computer.
Yeah, gotcha.
Let me see. Mm-hmm. Let's see
Yeah,
what that bad
Chauvet's
boy is.
done for the night, by the way, guys.
Okay. All right. You guys want to continue a little bit, or
I'm sure Hauser would like to do some more stuff.
Yeah, would love to.
okay? Um. All right. People get up from the table. Ales are served. You're a little fatigued though, Hal Hazard, especially now that you let go of the there.
Okay. So, while Kuroko's talking to this guy, I'd like to try and sort of like maybe archaeotech on what he's got, what his gear is.
Sweet.
If that's all right.
All right. What's all right?
I said, I would like to, while Kuroko is talking to this guy, I would like to try and maybe run on Archaeotech to see if I can figure out what this guy's gear is. Like, what is his tech?
Sure. You've actually seen something similar to that.
It's like 10 degrees of
That
success.
that device watches the room. It watches and makes a recording of every single person who walks in, all of their
Mm.
stuff, their titles, their names, every word that comes out of their mouth. Like everything in this room is being recorded in that device. All the
Okay.
transactions, all the secret conversations, power rating, everything is being recorded.
So this guy just pinged or just clocked all of us as
Yep.
soon as we walked into the room with this device.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay.
He doesn't do anything. He just sits there.
Yeah, it's
Doesn't-
just observational.
Mhm.
Okay.
You've seen
So
that before.
Mm-hmm.
Any network traffic also is recorded, picked up. Third party.
Okay. Could I try and blank the data? Like, what's his encryption level at?
It's an artifact,
Okay.
so it's magically and technologically encrypted.
I have techno sorcery.
Mm-hmm. You can attempt to protect yourself from it. It's, noticing it is the first thing.
All right. I was wondering if I could possibly try and wipe our data. Good.
He probably noticed the breach.
Ah, okay. Then yeah, I'd like to jam it when it sweeps the party.
I mean, it's already swept you guys.
Right. Okay. Then yeah. I mean, I'll do what I can to protect myself and the rest of the group from it.
'Kay.
Like,
That's not too hard. Just noticing it is the problem. Very quiet. Very
I
quiet
gotcha.
device. Yeah, it's a weird device. As for the individual, Kuroko goes and gets up to leave, and then the guy disappears.
Oop. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Did I accomplish anything meaningful against this device?
You shielded yourself from it.
Okay.
It's already recorded you and clocked you, and it will probably notice continue to clock you, but at least you could obscure your features.
Okay.
It'll notice the absence of features and will still watch you from a voided standpoint, but
hmm
at least you're protected from
Fair enough.
potentially any conversations you have in the future. Maybe
Oh, wonderful. I
should be
really
good.
need to get us some artifacts that, stop divination.
Those would help. As for Shira and Constantine, Shira's still talking with a group of very animated people.
Okay.
Constantine's gone to the bar and tries his luck there.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to sort of order drinks and or food.
Do both.
I figured take the time to, sort of sit down and sort myself out. And then I just want to kind of to the listen to the background noise. What are people talking about? What's the topics of discussion? Like
Discussion
combined just
topics, a lot of little stuff.
mhm.
One of the big problems, product tariffs, gone up a lot. Very
Product
specific.
tariffs.
Yep.
Okay.
Things going in and out of the city,
Okay.
especially out of the city of a specific nature.
hmm
Anything of high magical artifact or anything made to pay for it is it's a percentage of the total value of the item, not a flat
That's
rate.
that's ruinous.
It is ruinous.
So somebody's trying to strangle a magic trade
Yeah. The
or corner
specifically
it.
it's tariffs for products moving between floors
Okay.
of that grade. If it's not going anywhere, um, if it's going between the cities, it's the tariffs are expensive, but it's a flat rate. Anything going to the Crystal Orchard or anything in the middle city, it's actually cheaper. A lot cheaper. In fact, it's affordable. The tariffs have gone down.
hmm
Um, but yeah, trying to sell anything of expense to the higher floors, you make no money. You actually lose money because of the tariff. So
Okay.
if you sell a guy a higher grade artifact, you owe 20% of its value in tariffs to move it. up a floor.
Oof. Is that per
That
floor?
is just one floor.
Okay, so just
It
out of
depends
the
on
realm of control of the third floor.
yes, out of the third floor. I mean, it's out of your hands after that. Like it's up to the transporter to pay for the yeah, it's up to the producer to pay for the tariff to move it, or it's up to the person who purchased it to pay for it. Like somebody's paying a big fuck off bill to the point where it's almost not even worth
Right.
doing it. So a lot of money is being moved somewhere, and because some people bite the bullet anyways, and a lot of the trade's gone down because a lot of people don't want to pay that shit.
Right.
Rumor has it's going to go up again.
Between cities on the same floor have gone down. Okay. Making it cheaper to move.
Yeah, but the problem with high grade artifacts, they all get the orange zip strip. So if it stays on the floor, it's fucking useless.
Mhm.
And the, and the only way to really make any money is to move it. Middle grade artifacts, they're okay. But if you have a high grade, it gets zip stripped because it's too strong.
Okay. And this is the zip seals that are the administrator.
Administrator. Yep, administrator seals that prevent power. Nurse it.
Yeah, admin zip seal. Well, wait a minute though. That means the zip seals don't stay if you leave the city, right? It's because if you're in the wastelands and the choke, then the seals disappear and it only manifests again when you come back in the city.
Certain artifacts get permanently stripped, depending
Okay.
on what they can do. But yes, some of them you can use out in the wastes. But if you like the armor you made, that's permanently zip stripped on this floor.
Okay.
No matter where you take it, that's way too strong. That's a high grade mid tier artifact. Like you're
Receive
almost impervious on this floor, even if you make dumb decisions.
admin zip seal.
It's also up to the admin to decide what will and won't stay. Because one person with the same artifact may have his permanently stripped versus another person. It really depends on power of the person as well, who has it in possession. So the administrator has the right to
He
just
can overstep.
he can
that.
override. Yeah,
He can arbitrate that.
Yes.
Okay, so
And that's why black particles for Kuroko is not in the city, because there's a price to using the black particles. And it's not just like I blow up everything. It's more of a depends on what type of black particles you can use and what form it comes in. Hers is very limited and very focused instead of a giant fuck off laser beam that you can rake the city with. A little different. But still. As for
So someone so just that I'm getting this, someone looks like if I'm getting this correctly, someone's trying to choke artifact flow to the upper floors. Are these
even
tariffs in
lower
effect
floors too.
going to the lower floors?
Yeah.
Okay, they are.
As long
Okay.
as it because there's a way that what if it goes to the lower floor, then you can just teleport it.
Okay, I thought that teleport relays required you to go floor to floor.
Right, but it may be cheaper than paying the whole fucking tariff.
Okay, so if I have a floor teleporter, a floor beacon, I can daisy chain floor to floor to floor and bypass the tariffs. But
Right,
paying for
because
the beacons
what if
is
it's a
expensive
flat
in
rate
its
to
own
go
right.
down, and you send it down 2 floors to the floor with no rules, and then you have a beacon
Okay.
that just goes straight to 10 and bypasses the floors.
Right. Okay, I thought the beacons couldn't go straight to a floor. I thought they had to relay between every floor.
Normally, yes, but sometimes people have found a way to cheat on floor 1 because there's no rules,
Oh, because
remember?
there's no rules, right? So they can enforce that no rule policy on the traditional rules of
It's
an artifact
hard and requires an
implementation.
incredible amount of resources,
Right.
but, um, like the way the
Okay,
Black
I'm
Obelisk works, that
looking.
doesn't require a relay. It's a pushing a manifestation of a domain. You can potentially cheat,
Balance.
like the way Kuroko
Oh,
does.
okay.
There's
Okay,
a
I got
lot of ways to cheat, and
so.
there's even a bigger amount of cheating on the first floor. By a
Are
lot of
we? Sorry, go ahead.
yep, no, that's it.
Are we? It looks like it sounds like someone's trying to choke trying to choke artifacts going up
Not just
floors. I mean,
artifacts, anything magical,
right,
including
okay.
supplies, parts,
So like
materials.
magical reagents and
Yep,
building materials and stuff.
yep,
Okay, so it's not just artifacts, it's anything magical.
yep. Anything. There
Uh,
are some
mm,
objects that are normal tariff, like this is flat, but mostly it's rare or hard to find ingredients. Anything involving face stealers,
uh,
afflicted, um, rare creature parts like dragon bits, like it's all the really sought after high price stuff. They're the rare and obscure um, magic trade. So
okay.
things like I don't know, just normal magic infused steel. That's whatever.
Hmm.
That's not tariffed.
Okay, like
That's
my
no.
psi
That's
steel wouldn't be
your size
because
steel
it's not.
would be.
Well,
It's
it's
a
not
rare.
technically magic though.
It's an occult rare substance.
Ah, okay.
It
So any
varies.
esoterics.
Yeah, any rare esoterics.
Okay.
And there is
Ah,
a classification that is applied to all materials done by um, a specific group of people. They
okay.
apply a rating,
Okay.
and that rating is a rarity versus the value of supply and demand, and so on and so forth.
Okay, so supply and demand can affect what's tariffed and what's not.
Right. And so if dye
So,
steel is literally as common as some of the other stuff, then it's not as sought after. It's easily gotten.
okay, okay.
Yep.
Okay. So I haven't had time to talk to Kuroko or anything about this, or to Shamane or Kuroko about the information she gained or he gained inside the guild, have I?
No.
Okay.
Shaman is still brooding
So
after what happened in the guild.
that's fair. Okay. So from my knowledge, it looks like someone's just trying to choke off specifically magical resources to the upper floors.
Yeah, and the guys are complaining pretty hard that it's across the board. Like no one's getting special treatment.
Mm-hmm.
The other guy talking to him, he's like, "That's bullshit. You just don't see it. People are getting the special treatment. They don't talk about it. We don't see it."
Somebody's got to be. So we follow the money. Third floor, the central city. We wrote that down. Da, 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 da. The palace between is
Hmm.
where it's actually cheaper to move all the magical shit there, right?
Yes, it's a flat rate, and it's been cut by half. Doesn't matter what it is being sent there.
Okay, so all tariffs are half off there. If
It's
anything
of the
heading towards the
original
palace
flat
between.
rate, the uninflated flat rate.
Okay. So somebody in the
Well,
palace between.
it could be a corruption from the palace between, but the guys they don't really seem to be too perturbed about it because nobody really messes with the um, price gouging of the palace between because they're actually worried. People are actually worried about um, trade affected to them because if
Mhm.
somebody fucks up the good thing that the Palace Between has between the three cities, they step in, and then somebody gets their dick squashed. So they're a powerhouse, and if they intervene, somebody's getting their heads are gonna. So it's probably just don't affect the goods flowing in and out of the Palace Between, and putting a big tariff would definitely be affecting that. They don't seem too perturbed about it. They're actually pretty happy to sell to the Palace Between. The
Mhm.
prices aren't as nice,
But it's
but
the only way to make a
they buy
profit.
everything. They don't really
Okay.
question it. They buy in bulk. They'll buy your entire stock if you even are willing to do it. They don't pay premium price, but you got plenty to live on, expand your business, and plus some.
Right. Okay.
Mostly they'll buy everything. That's one of the shocking ones. So everyone's looking to trade there and do
Right.
business because they can avoid all sorts of tariffs.
Right. So this is, as a person who learned early the concept of follow the money when looking for sources of corruption,
Mhm.
it's looking like somebody's trying to feed all of this magical shit into the Palace Between.
It could be, yeah. Or the individuals who are doing this are afraid of stepping on their
Of
toes.
messing with that particular thing. But if
Right.
that was the case, okay, so basically the thing about it being cheaper, is that something the Palace, but about the flat rate tariff being cut in half for moving goods into the Palace Between, is that something the Palace has instituted, or
No,
is it something the city has instituted?
a
Like the
city.
city said, we're now doing a 20% tariff on any high-end artifact leaving the city, but anything going into the Palace Between is not only a fixed flat rate, but also we're cutting that tariff in half during this period.
You don't know who is in charge of tariffs.
Right. But I mean, that wouldn't be too hard to find out in the city. And this is specifically on magical shit being made. So the guy that I sold something to today is going to have to pay 20% of the artifact's value
Or
on
he knows
top of,
someone.
or he knows a guy. Okay.
You might have to have it smuggled out.
Maybe. Okay. Um, yeah. So what are the odds that this is like a conscious choice to retain um to retain like currency inflow to the city while you're still trying to choke out outbound resources? Like, you still need income, you need the magic stuff to change hands somehow, so they make it cheaper to move it into the Palace Between, which is known to buy everything. So that way the city's still making money, they're not bankrupting themselves pulling this tariff, but they're still managing to deny these resources to the upper floor.
Probably, because you don't know who the Palace Between sells to. I mean, if they're buying everything, they probably have a very solid business.
They will, yeah, or they use everything they use constituent components. Like, if they dismantle everything that they acquire for, the equivalent of like steel plates, leather, boiled leather, and magic dust, and then they use it to make their own shit, then that would be reasonable to assume that they're acquiring that they're willing to buy in bulk, because they don't care what they're buying. It's all going to get broken down anyway. Like, hmm. Okay. So this is sort of confusing, because if the administrator has to be allowing this, because he's got that sort of like SAO, like sort of online style admin privileges. He can just decide things and the universe complies. So either he's in on it or he's been coerced into not doing anything, or he's complicit. Hmm.
One sec.
Okay. When Kuroko comes back to the table, I'd like to sort of like cover all this information with you and see what conclusions you draw.
All right. Yeah. Rumor number 2, because you did all of that off of 1.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. Remember those 4 big things that you kind of caught?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
1 is a big concern about the pressing of domains, or these weird zones, so to speak. You know it's a domain off the top of your head, but the word itself is mentioned.
Okay. People
Landscape
are
is changing. The waste is filling up with strange phenomena. It is
okay. So people
also
are
near impossible for people to get to the cities anymore from the elevator.
okay
You guys know why.
because the war domain established.
Yep. People can't get through. It's literal suicide. So shuttle business is the only way.
Okay. Is the shuttle business attached to the Artisans Guild?
No. Transportation
Okay.
guild.
Transportation Guild. Okay. Are being carved out
No
on
guarantee a shuttle will make it, but
floor.
if you
Um,
you have a better chance than not.
okay. Shuttles belonging to the Transport Guild. And they're the one that runs like the rickshaws too.
They don't actually control that. That is up
Oh,
to
okay.
individual personal choice.
Okay,
Like
okay.
if somebody wants to run a rickshaw, transportation guild's like, dude, that's whatever. It's your livelihood. It's fine.
Go for it. Okay,
If it is
okay.
mass transportation, that's their
Mm,
business.
okay. Let's make a note of that too. Mass Transport Guild.
Especially if it is safe travels through floors in large numbers or even small numbers. But they're not usually responsible for like sending one person up. They usually are responsible for moving a lot of stuff or um, moving a lot of people.
Okay, people and goods in bulk.
Yep.
Especially between floors.
It's expensive to use them. They complain going between floors, but that's just no brainer.
Right.
They're actually pretty affordable moving around inside. Who has that type of cash?
Expensive.
It's better to walk.
Expensive, but ultimately affordable.
Yeah. Um, yeah. It's also pretty easy to join the transportation guild. You just need I don't know, a bus,
Uh-huh.
something you can transport a bunch of people on and move them around. And then you just pay a percentage of what you earn, and they give you a discount on fuel at their fuel stations. You need fuel.
Okay.
It's a pretty good gig.
Guild is as simple owning a vehicle, hauling bulk, a tied to guild, and they discount fuel. Okay. All right.
Yep.
Okay. And the Transport Guild and the Artisans Guild don't have anything to do with each other.
They have everything to do with each other. Transport guild deals with everyone. They move
Okay,
people's
sure.
shit between floors. So you don't
Right.
really have a choice unless you have your own means, and a lot of people do because they don't want to have to pay the transport guild to move. Like they have to pay every floor they move your stuff through. And the
Mhm.
higher the floor, the more expensive it gets. So. You
Right.
want to move something from floor 3 to the premier battlefields where it's actually really needed. That's a 7th floor cost.
Okay. So, hmm. Hmm.
It's nasty.
Right.
So, not a lot of people can afford that or even want to pay that. There's a lot of just no. So a lot of people build up those teleport relays, you know, cheaper that way.
Okay. All right. All right.
But if you want to move stuff, half the time it's inevitable. The Transport Guild is unfortunately an inevitable force.
Okay.
To their collective dismay. Because fuck those guys.
Because fuck those guys. Okay. So.
The other thing you can do is the smugglers and the runners. But
Mm,
they've run you through some. They're not
some
safe.
hazardous ass zones.
They also move you through the shifting zones. There's a good
Mm,
chance that passageway they had marked out and been using for a long time no longer exists or gets
yeah.
moved.
As the
And
floors
it could be
shift and
wild.
alter.
Yeah. Yes, they do. That's what sucks. But I
Mm,
mean, hey, that's some stuff you didn't have access to before.
right. Alright. Okay. Um,
But a lot of people are trying to do that nowadays.
the people are hitting up the smugglers more often because the tariffs are ruinous.
Pretty much. But there's also a lot more highwaymen and bandits and people who are taking advantage of, you know, non-protected goods because the runners and the coyotes and everything. There's
Uh-huh.
no insurance on your good.
Yeah.
There's a good chance it just goes missing. So
But it's worth the risk of losing a shipment because the tariffs are so high.
depends on what you're moving. It depends
Well,
on the coyote
especially
you get.
yeah. But more people are reaching out to the smugglers to move goods
Yeah, they are
because of the
tariffs. Yeah,
tariffs.
and also
Okay.
because they're having to rely on the transportation guild a lot more, and their
Mm-hmm.
prices are starting to go up because of these weird
Mm-hmm.
phenomena are getting in the way, making trips dangerous. So they are putting something on their bill called hazard pay. And that hazard pay fluctuates depending on where the good's going and what route the shuttle has to take to get there. And it's almost as bad as a tariff, depending on where it's
Mm-hmm.
going. So
So even Transport Guild is gouging people. Or is it Transport Guild or was that the smugglers that are adding hazard pay?
no, transport guild.
Okay.
The smugglers are like, well, it's not insured, and you are required to make it worth our while, so we don't just steal your shipment, but relatively potentially cheaper.
Right. Okay. Okay. All right. Hmm. So yeah, this is systemic. Like, why is the administrator allowing this? Is anybody asking that question, or is it sort of like an expected that he's either not going to interfere or that he's in on it?
Maybe he's neutral.
Right, but if he's not going to interfere, then he's just letting it happen, And because it's not part of his concerns might be keeping people from annihilating the zone rather than what people do inside of it.
Yep.
Which means that they're going to operate without his oversight as long as they are following the basic rules he sets.
Yeah, as long as they follow the rules and everything's fine.
Okay. So he's allowing the price gouging then, effectively, is what you're saying. He did mention to Chamonix that he was a pretty laid back guy.
That's true.
Like
Seemed
people
pretty laid
literally,
back. You
yeah,
saw his
like
attire.
they didn't expect her to go or expect Chamonix to go, yeah, go ahead and call him. Let's talk to him. You know? Okay. Is Kuroko back from her talk with the fella in the table?
Yeah, it wasn't long.
Cool.
Kind of come back and say like, well, I checked one guy out and he seemed pretty cool, but I had no idea what he did. So
Oh, he was monitoring all of us.
I'm sure he was doing something.
The device. That's what it did. It's a deep active monitoring system.
Oh,
It
yeah,
was interesting.
he was like,
Yeah.
we'll contact you kind of deal. So
I
I'm
see.
back.
Okay. So Alhazard's going to sort of share this information with you kind of quietly, and sort of see what your take on it is. Of like he's sort of like been listening to the rumors around the room and
yeah,
picking up different things from people's surface thoughts and stuff like that.
so where do you want to start with the fact of the administrator, like we've been talking before, or
Sure, I'll start there. And it's like so he's like, there's all this going on. Why is the administrator allowing it? This
well,
seems bad for business.
I guess it depends on who's paying, right?
Hmm.
If everything's up to the status quo, then
I subscribe more to the apathy is death variety of philosophy. So this is disturbing that the possibility is that he doesn't care as long as everything stays quiescent.
You do know and you do remember, unless it's absolutely required, and or it screws up whatever design the third floor administrator has, he's very hands off and compared to the others.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why no one says anything. No, he's hands off.
So effectively, he will allow this corruption because it is irrelevant to him.
it's a piece of code that is just doing something. If it affects any of its other systems, then the piece of code be dealt with. But
Mhm.
right now, it's just, I guess, data, right? Think like
Well,
that.
maybe it's because of the nature of system architecture amongst my clan. Viruses are dealt with harshly and thoroughly.
Well, I mean, war viruses going around this system of his, right? It's all about if the virus affects other things that give off these warning signs. Otherwise, everything is normal, right? We don't look like viruses, even if we are viruses, kind of deal. You know what I mean? We're just part of the system. And that's the whole point of him doing the initial tracking aspect, right? Limiting
Mhm.
some of our powers and so on and so forth.
Limiting our influence on or ability to create wide scale alterations.
If we want to keep talking in this language, she's pretty much putting us in quarantine, the things that
Mhm.
could actually affect the system and letting us just exist. You know what I mean?
Yes. Top-down top-down AI interactions inside of a closed network.
So as long as everything keeps going the way it goes, and unfortunately, or fortunately in our case, it means that if this is the case, quote unquote, um, you don't have to worry about the administrator too much. The administrator isn't, because if our situation with the Artisans Guild is um, administration wise, then this is going to be a lot harder than it is currently.
Mhm. As much as it is bothering to not have the administrator step in to deal with the issue themselves, at least it is not something that they will do when we attempt to address it.
Yeah, it's not a force we're dealing with. It's not an additional force to the already one we're dealing with. Yeah.
Which is to the good of us. Which means that I assume that at some point at this point in this conversation I'll get updated on Chamonix's deal.
Chamonix's deal.
Yeah, like the whole problem with the Artisans Guild. Like
Mhm.
so all Alhazred knew was someone was talking mad shit about him and his master blacksmith.
Right.
And he showed up, and you guys were walking out of the guild, and Chamonix was fucking furious, and Lady Lash was wounded. So he was like, "Okay, what the shit?" And it's like, these people are rude, and Chamonix doesn't have bad things to say about most anybody. So he was like, "Well, all right then. This is what I can do to
Deal
hurt
with it
them."
for sure. And you
Yeah.
saw the after effect of Lady Lash. She's pretty
Mhm.
much a trooper.
Oh yeah. Like I know that she's real fucking tough, by virtue of,
Association.
well, yeah, well, not necessarily association, but like I know that she's got a fuck ton of fluidium, but I've also seen her like yeet a fairly powerful swordsman. One of the remember the guards outside of
Yeah.
the sword
First one.
mistress's
Yep.
place? Yeah, like this dude was like, "I'm starting a sword," and would be, if he's learning in that area, he's not a total failure. He's not a pushover.
Sure.
This place does not breed weak people, and he is specifically in a place where he can, just by watching someone, learn to better his craft. And she just went bonk. Go to failure jail.
Very true.
I don't think Chamonix has discussed it with the letter per se, but we kind of
Mhm.
have an idea of well, I know that Chamonix has been served because I was there when that happened, and I can tell
Right.
you about that. Of just
Right.
like how
Yeah.
we now have.
The next rumor you do hear,
Ah,
um,
okay.
there's two more. Remember, you guys
Uh-huh.
have gotten a live info just off two rumors,
Yeah,
two
no,
things
that's a
people
ton
are
of
complaining
information.
about.
It's amazing listening to people talk in a bar and the things you learn.
Yeah, this bar particularly caters to newcomers and a lot of the working class people in the area because they serve really good but cheap drinks. I mean, it's
Mhm.
not dirt cheap, so you got to work hard to get it, but
But they also ain't watered down.
they ain't watered down. Oh no, they're not. People
Uh-huh.
love that because they can buy 1 pint of ale, and that's good.
Mhm,
That'll
mhm.
they're good with that. It's
That's
filling too.
first brew ale.
Hmm.
I don't know if you guys are at all versed on
No.
brewcraft. So basically, there ale can be brewed, or beer of any kind, anything using hops or grains or barleys, can be brewed 3 times. And the first time is like the stout kick in the face booze. The next time is like your, general like a light beer basically. And then the third time you brew it has basically no alcohol content at all. It's basically just like bread water. And that was what they gave to children back in the Middle Ages because it wasn't safe to drink groundwater. So everybody was drinking alcohol because they brewed the alcohol, and part of the process boiled the water, so it was clean to drink. So they knew that alcohol was safer to drink than groundwater. Science nerd facts. But
Yeah, they're
basically,
doing first brew. They do have
yeah.
some second brews, but most of the stuff is first brew, and that includes the biggest thing that they boast, real dwarven fire water.
Ooh.
Um, they don't just sell it to anyone because
Mm.
it's expensive.
It
Two,
is probably
there's
needs a waiver.
you no, they don't do waivers. The barkeep eyes you up and down and says, "Yeah, you could probably."
No, that tracks.
That's
Sorry, didn't mean to nerd at you guys there for a second. But okay. So it's very high alcohol content, good quality beer for relatively cheap. Awesome. And then they have house specials. Curious. So yeah, like Hazard will definitely ask about what all went down because he was only there for the back end of it.
There seemed to be a kerfuffle, and
Mhm.
the man there wanted compensation from Chaminair for some reason.
Yes. There
Lady
was.
Lash is like, no, that man has fallen too deep into his sins. I mean, an actual sinner. That
Ah,
comes with power, but it also falls with a compulsion, and it changes who you are.
Mhm.
The farther you go down that path, the sinner, and it's a subtle power. It doesn't override your current life choices. It adds to it,
Mhm. Mhm.
modifies it. Eventually, it either becomes a symbiosis or a parasite.
So Alhazred's people don't really have a concept of sin and sinners like that. They have, ethics, but they don't have like they again previously did not believe in the
I'll explain
afterlife.
it to you,
Yeah.
both of you, and how it's
Okay.
very, very different from what demons are, even though they fall into their own.
Even though
Honestly,
there are similar iterations. Okay. So someone who is drawing strength from indulging their vices.
yeah.
Hmm.
So yeah, they have their own problems.
Yes. And this corpulent fellow, he is the person in charge?
I think so. Yeah.
Mm, what did you say? So he would be the chief artisan in the area.
No, no, no. It doesn't. He's a manager.
he just
Ah,
has authority.
so he's only important because people acknowledge that he is.
Yeah, his position. Also, raw power.
Hmm. Mm, he did not seem particularly puissant.
It wasn't in him. It was
Yes,
things he was wearing. I did get a
the
good look at him.
the artifacts. Yes. So, he might not be that particularly difficult to neutralize. If we were to create some device that would deactivate artifacts, suppress them in an area, he would be left with only his own methodologies rather than a plethora of
No.
options.
You would have to make a high tier high artifact to turn off other artifacts. Or higher. You need to make a supreme level artifact to do that. Because that's a ruler's authority. You could probably make a static field, maybe. It'll destroy the artifact itself. But an artifact that can turn off other artifacts permanently or temporarily and not have it affected, permanent damage to itself, and that can do it regularly.
Oh no, it would only need to be a one-use item.
Right. But that's a lot more doable. But you're going to need to find very, very, very specific material, something that turns off artifacts,
which is
or
useful here.
Or you need to somehow let Kuroko use her black particles in the city, because she could strike him and he would die because all the artifacts would explode because they're all fluidium based.
Oh, I have
Maybe
a way. I have a way.
not all of them.
Not enough.
The administrator only deactivated things of my mask, but I have a tool that could be used on him to pretty much disable him. My grenade.
I see.
Or the gun.
Or the gun.
What gun?
The one that was currently in Chamonix's possession. That is Lady Lash's. One-time use pistol that fires a black bullet. We'll call it that.
Oh, I see. Yes, that would likely do quite well.
I think you guys are thinking too small. Yeah, we can kill a guy.
But it
it's
won't.
The after effects.
It won't halt the rampant corruption therein.
Oh yeah.
I think we should squeeze, guys. Playing Lady Lash, by the way.
I figured.
Okay.
It wouldn't be difficult.
I want revenge for myself and my poor Chamonix. And Mip Mip. He was terrified. That man looked at him like he was a piece of meat. And we all love Mip Mip.
I'm ambivalent to him, but he's important to Chamonix.
So I got a little peek over Chamonix's shoulder because he lets me, give him some shoulder rubs. And I got to look at his little conversation with Artisan. If you really want to squeeze out or flush out the tendrils, how far it goes, who it affects, the whole network, you leave the fat man for last.
Let him run back.
You let him hit his business in the way it works, such as having all blacksmiths refuse to sell wares or do any business in the city with the Artisan Guild.
We either take away his money, which it seems all it's in is his suit, or we take away his ability to make transactions, which means
Artisan said, rumor has it from her information sources, he's cleaned out the treasury of the guild. Everything runs off of credit because that's how he bought all the artifacts.
So he either needs to liquidate this guild hall, which would be extremely lucrative, whoever buys it. And what if that deal is happening already?
No, he's got too much business. Or he squeezes harder on the resources he has, and that can make people open to suggestion, open to resentment, the current situation. Because you're not going to liquidate. You're just going to squeeze your resources harder.
Well, wonder who he's. I was gonna say, who's the bank? Who's the bank of this place?
Not here.
Definitely not.
The palace
maybe
between.
In the central city.
Yes, the palace between.
I don't know anything about the palace between.
Well, what information I've picked up, and I'll tell them the rumors that I've been hearing. They buy everything. They have the money to purchase everything from everyone and are willing to buy out entire stocks, meaning that there's a massive inflow of raw resources and outflowing of coin. The problem is the the guild is operating on credit, meaning that there is a very it would be difficult to undercut them with an entire bank full of abstract currency. Their debts can accrue exponentially, but no one will know their money is no good for potentially much longer than it takes for them to wield the idea that they are still moneyed. Out of character, did that make sense at all?
Thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me of a similar situation. It's just them trying to kind of put it together. Pretty much, if we either we can do two ways. Either we
Mhm.
let people know that their money's shit and that their credit is useless,
Mm-hmm.
or we make the credit useless.
Mm-hmm. There is, of course, the option of why not both?
Yeah.
Credit's a dangerous thing.
It's all about trust, is it not?
Mm, yes, trust in each other and trust that your word is worth something. You can have a drink of it. So, if we convince people to refuse to do business with them, they can continue to trade on credit as though they have credit. A clever banker can move financial transactions from place to place and make it appear as though money is gained in the moving. And then the money is there is
Oh.
potentially more money than there should be.
The Artisans Guild is
problem
going to have a rough time because if we cut
Mhm.
off a source of revenue, they're going to pull from somewhere. Then by doing so, we poke the beehive hornet's
Mhm.
nest. But we also do get to see where that pull goes. Does it go to the
Mhm.
people? Does it touch to the transportation guild? Like where do they what do they tap into to
When
keep
they're
themselves
wounded,
afloat with the you know
exactly. When they're splitting a leak, what do they use to plug it?
right.
The problem is that we will need to keep them on the back foot for longer than a single strike. We will need to be able to gauge their behavior
Hmm.
and then be able to react in short order. That means we need someone inside the guild, or we need information from such as the fellow at the table you spoke to earlier, Kuroko.
Like I said, he'll contact us. Maybe if I knew more things beforehand, I could have made a better call. But introductions are hard sometimes. It looks like I'm a little rusty is all. It's not used to my old human days.
Observe a symbol act. I know it sounds like there's more to that sentence, but there isn't. It's an old mnemonic
Sure.
that we were taught. Essentially, Never make a decision blind if you don't have to. Next time, you will know to look before you make those.
Yeah. So rumor number 3.
Mhm.
The crystal or the crystal or
The crystal
orchid.
orchid.
Yeah.
Crystal orchard
Is
or orchid?
orchid,
Hmm.
which is the auction house.
Yeah, it's the auction house in the center of the palace between.
It is opening a auction soon, and
Mhm.
there are going to be a series of new types of invitations. Normally, they only have 3 tiers of pavilions available to people. Most of those are already spoken for or belong to a family.
Mhm.
They're opening up another 3 pavilion floors this one time, which means a lot of unspoken invitations are going to go out. They're doubling their capacity. In fact, these are going to be a lot closer to each other. So you're probably looking at 150% increase of people available to attend. So they
Okay,
might
you
be
said
holding
they're.
they're opening an auction and they're allowing there are more invitations
Mhm.
available.
Okay.
Because most of the invitations, every time there's an auction, they're already spoken for. Family
Mhm.
owns one. It's a family inherited legacy. It's a perpetual invitation as long as
Right.
you can afford it. Those are usually always spoken for. Maybe one pass is auctioned off every auction. If people don't want to go and they want to make a boatload of money quick, you can show up in their booth.
Mhm.
Now, 3 more floors of the pavilion are going to open up for more people, and they've never done this before. So, and the pavilion, there's going to be a lot less space in between the booths, so even more people can fit in on each of the new floors. Rumor has it, those are going to be available for a lower or lesser auction, whereas the upper pavilions are still going to be available for the whole thing.
Okay.
So the influx of supplies they're buying, well, they're going to be selling it.
Mhm.
And
Bulk lots and things.
bulk lots, but they're also going to be selling it. It's going to be hard from one of the guys when he's talking for anyone on the 3rd floor to get one of those new invitations. Most of them are being sent upwards to invite them down.
Mhm. Mhm.
So getting an invitation, period, at all, is the pipe dream. At least that's what they're saying.
Mhm.
Should be soon, within the next 2 months. The exact date is being obscured, but for now.
Okay. What if we were to contact Artisan through Chamonix, who is serving as his patron, yes? And see about acquiring an invitation through this method.
Might be too obvious, but I mean, it's worth a shot. But that would
Well,
be
Um,
up to Chamonix.
if we were to make ourselves available for an assault, then our enemy would hardly be able to resist. No? Especially if we have struck them several times with impunity beforehand. So
so
there
remember,
is a timeline here.
you barely hear from a group in a corner. They're using a
Mhm.
suppression machine, but you're literally reaching into the whispers between them.
Mhm. Mhm.
They're complaining about the near dried up resource of Nokrin in the city. Somebody
Mhm.
fucked with the supplier, the hand that feeds, and they stole a shipment. And these people take that personally.
Mhm. Mhm.
There is no
Oh,
more Nokrin in the city coming in. It's cut off. Period.
is a
They're actually
Nokrin.
planning a heist.
Oh, really? Do we want to join in a heist? I love a good heist game. There's a Nokrin shortage.
By your tactics, it sounds good, maybe, but you have no idea who they're hitting, where they're hitting, what means. Like you're missing so many pieces of information.
Right, but that's why we go and check, or we go and have a
But
conversation.
but
It's the main
Nokrin is
slash.
in high demand.
Nokrin.
Even to the point where moving Nokrin up the floors, it used to have a 35% tariff. They've knocked it down to a flat rate just so they can get some moved out of the city because there's none left.
Okay. So wait. So there's no Nokrin coming into the city,
Right,
but the
but there's still
tariffs have been
some
lowered to get it out.
to incentivize people to sell it. At least
Okay.
what remaining stock there is. Yeah, somebody screwed up the good thing because they went and stole the shipment. And those people, you don't get the name of the people, but those clanners, they hold a grudge. And making
Okay,
it
so the
right.
clanners weren't the ones that stole it. The
No,
clanners.
planners are the
Clanners are the
ones
ones
that
who
give them.
make it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the ones that make it. And they're the ones that sell it. If you can somehow convince them to sell it. So whoever secured the deal all that time ago for the clanners to sell a percentage of their Nokrin to each of the cities,
Mhm.
somebody messed with one of the shipments and stole it. Now none of the cities, even the palace between, are getting Nokrin.
Right. There's a Nokrin shortage. The hand that feeds the main/only Nokrin supplier
And
lost their shipment to
there is,
question mark
it's
and
just
has
a recent thing.
cut off the flow of
Somebody
business.
said that because a Nokrin shipment comes in every week. When it doesn't come in next week, there's going to be questions and people are going to die. And they're thinking about leaving the city
Oh, the
because,
thieves are?
yeah,
Okay.
after their heist. Not just because of the heist, but because very powerful people, the Nokrin stops coming in. It's a highly addictive substance.
Right. Oh yes, the Nokrin is addictive. That's right.
Yep.
But it's
But what there's a couple of them are whining that, why can't they have it? I mean, if I had a microdose of Nokrin, I could easily fuck some bitches up that are stronger than me. It's like you couldn't afford it, let alone your body handle that shit. Yeah. But yeah, they get pretty solemn about it, and they kind of lean in a little further, and then that's where it gets more muffled as you try and send it past the suppressor.
What if I use the suppressor to relay what they're saying?
All it does is suppress. It doesn't relay. There's no speakers or a
Right.
microphone.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
You do get a guy sitting down at the table with you guys, mugs in hand, pitcher in hand.
Pitcher in hand. Wonderful.
Hey, it's you guys. Back so soon?
Hello again. It has
Hmm.
been a filling and trying day. How are you?
Shit's been crazy at the gate, I'll tell you that.
Oh.
A lot of people moving around. A
Mhm.
lot of people coming in from their moving cities, so to speak. They're making
Packing up
the
and leaving.
march in the triangle fashion. Little do they know, moving here is just as they're moving into a place just as bad as the place they left.
So, just for context, this is the dwarf, right?
It's the
That we're
guard
talking.
at the
Dwarf?
front.
Yeah,
Guard.
no.
Okay.
This is
So
the
it's not the
guardsman
it's
from.
not the dwarf from the hunting grounds with the dragon. It's
No.
it's the guard. Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
no.
Gotcha.
No, because the dwarf from the hunting grounds one recommended a different city.
Oh, I thought he said the bearded lady. Okay, never mind.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Stout boar. Stout boar.
Yeah, he recommended the Stout Boar Inn because the inn maker or the innkeeper's son has some sort of magic specifically devoted to drinks
Cool.
and can make any form of alcohol from any universe, which Folly was really looking forward to because she wanted a shot of basically the equivalent of a rum and coke, but with ether
Mhm.
instead of coke.
Okay, back on track. It's the guy. I know who this guy is. Let's
Guardsman.
continue.
hmm I'm gonna brush lightly against Kuroko's mind with my psionics. Be like sort of a nudge. Because it's rude to just, enter someone's mind and start throwing questions at them.
Knock knock.
Uh, so yeah, I'm not going to telepathically communicate with you because you don't want that in your head. It's gonna be cold.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'll just I'll look at you kind of like sternly, like what's going on.
I'll give a sort of a nod to the people in the corner.
Okay.
The ones that are planning the heist, but I
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
tell you, hey, they're planning a heist. We should see if we can get in on that. It might be useful. Um, through gestures, considering we have a stranger at the table.
Sure. Well, let's we can ignore that for now because that information will still be available.
Hmm?
Maybe they'll do it today. I don't know. But let's talk with the individual we have here. And
Okay.
so, rumor has it. How would your shift go?
That's changed. A lot of angry people.
We just came back from some angry people ourselves, the fighting pits, and a good day in the city. It's been a delightful first day for sure.
I imagine I had a better day than they did. But that is because I got to pursue my craft.
Yeah. So you went and got to hit things real hard.
Oh,
I
yes.
suppose that's cathartic.
I made a considerable amount of currency. Then spent most of it on personal things.
Hmm.
I'm not sure if I introduced myself to you thoroughly before, did I?
Nah, I got your name. That's all I need.
Fair enough. But we have run into some of the perhaps seedier elements of your city.
Oh yeah, we got a lot of that.
Clearly, if we cannot avoid it on a single day. What is your opinion on the guilds in the city?
Well, he sits down and pours you mugs. He kind of looks back up. I haven't had enough to drink. You should drink.
Okay. Is the booze poisoned? Is my immediate question.
No. I mean,
Okay.
it's alcohol, but
Which
It's
is itself
poison.
toxic.
Yeah.
Toxic, yeah.
it's a lot of alcohol.
Well, that's fine. I mean, again, Alhazred is a big dude, and he's actually, getting to the point where he's not just like a big dude, he's a big muscular dude. So yeah, no, he'll take a whole pitcher to himself to drink.
He's like, what? Shit.
Hmm?
He brought a pitcher and a mug and a couple mugs, but
Oh, I'll like wave over to the bartender, hold up the pitcher, and make the sign for 2 more. Just hold up 2 fingers.
The guy squints at you, looks you up and down, kind of nods to himself, goes and starts filling the pitchers.
Well, you know what happens when he looks you up and down. Have fun with the good stuff.
I mean, maybe.
Oh no, when you order a lot of beer, they don't like waste here. So the bartender kind of gauges.
Okay, it wasn't can you handle fire?
Oh no, you have to request that on hand. If you're
Okay,
going to
and then he looks you up and down, and then he's
Yeah.
like, "Okay, go for it. I got you."
yeah, but
Yeah, this
if you
was
leave beer in a
my yeah.
pitcher, it's frowned upon,
Party
and
foul.
somebody's gonna come by and drink it.
Yeah.
Right?
None of that shit gets tossed out. Unless some people might even drink it, even if you like spit or piss in it, like because good beer is the good beer.
Okay.
Um, and he takes a
That
big chug, and what's up?
I'm gonna end it here for myself. 11:30.
Okay.
We've gone over our usual time. It's been almost 5 hours, but we've had a good session, so it's a good time to quit for myself. Thank you again for the session,
Mm.
and yeah, if you guys want to keep talking, go for it, I guess. But I'm calling her quits.
It might be, if the DM's willing to go for it, it might be better to move my character further down the timeline so that nobody misses the information in this conversation, because it seems like it's going to be enlightening.
Sure.
And
We'll
that
wait.
way we can skip over stuff later so that other people get a chance to do stuff. Because I know that smithing stuff tends to take a long time.
It does. What's the plan?